This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The truck driver who plowed into a complicated crash scene the morning of December 21st, 2022, hit two EMTs, killing one, and also struck an ambulance, was found guilty Thursday on all three criminal counts he faced. 46-year-old Saviol St. Jean collapsed on the defense table in front of him and wept with his head in his arms as the three guilty verdicts were read Thursday in a Sweetwater County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that half the jurors were crying too.
As they read the guilty verdicts, St. Jean collapsed onto his arms on the defense table in front of himself and sobbed, and half the jury was crying as well. Since it's not a death penalty case, the sentence is up to the judge, and the judge could go anywhere from probation to 30 years in prison.
His sentencing will be set for a later date. Less than 24 hours after conservative political thought leader Charlie Kirk was gunned down Wednesday, students on the University of Wyoming campus condemned political violence. Kirk was shot and killed Wednesday by a rooftop gunman while speaking at Utah Valley University as part of his American Comeback Tour, an event in which he engaged in debates with students on hot-button social and political topics. His death sent shockwaves throughout the nation, including here in Wyoming, where Kirk visited as part of his national tour in late April, attracting an audience of about 1,800 at the University of Wyoming Arts and Sciences Auditorium. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to several students at UW on Thursday about their reaction to Kirk's death.
While students across the board condemned political violence, there certainly was a different variance of reactions about what happened to Charlie Kirk and kind of Kirk's legacy in the U.S. as a whole. Now, some students were very forcefully against something like this. They were saying that political violence should never happen, that Kirk's death was very sad. Others were less so. I spoke to one student in particular who said that they were glad that a voice like Kirk's is out of the spotlight, their words exactly.
The person credited with financially kickstarting Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA organization was a rags-to-riches Wyoming businessman who ran for state governor in 2018. When the group started, Kirk was just 18, and Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming multimillionaire Foster Freeze saw something in him.
Kirk was actually really public about that, publicly crediting Foster Freeze with jump-starting this organization that started off with a few $1,000s and now is in the multi-millions. And so I was trying to find someone in Wyoming who could talk about what potentially Freeze saw in Charlie Kirk, and my search actually led me right back home to the original co-founder of Cowboy State Daily, and that was Annalise Wiederspan, who was also on close terms with Freeze around 2018 and saw this relationship with Charlie Kirk and Freeze because she was receiving the funding and hatching the idea for Cowboy State Daily.
At the time of his death, the 31-year-old had become one of the most powerful political voices from the conservative and Christian right, especially young people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, aviation groupies who love to ooh and ah at anything cool with wings, there's nothing like that bone-shaking rumble of a military fighter jet taking off. That's what the lucky few near the tarmac at Casper-Natrona County International Airport got to feel on Tuesday night when a pair of Marine FA-18 Hornets took off after hot refueling. The general manager for Aero Center Casper told Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson that locals better get used to that deep-in-your-soul feeling of military jets taking off, because the airport this year began fulfilling a new contract to service military aircraft.
they put down and they refuel while the engines are still running, and they go back up. These airport people, career aviation people, been there for decades, they still get really excited and giddy when these cool aircraft land.
Longtime airport director Glenn Januska said that even after more than 30 years in the aviation industry, he still feels like an excited kid when cool airplanes like these show up in Casper. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
Analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
It's a finally Friday, and the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along September 12th. A jury finds Haitian trucker guilty in the crash that killed a Rawlins EMT. Everybody crying. After the verdict, sentencing is next. There's a push to change the Hulett mascot, which is the Red Devils. So is Evanston, by the way. They love their Red Devil mascot. But is being known as the Devils, is that not PC anymore? Is that not wanted anymore? It's happening in Hulett, Wyoming. A judge ruled Wyoming customers owe Rocky Mountain Power another $23.5 million. Haven't we paid enough? I guess we're going to have to be careful about leaving that refrigerator door open as we search for a late night snack. Close that. Dad was right, man. Turn off the lights when you leave a room and close that refrigerator. The on again, off again controversial Mustang Roundup is off again. Mark Hines has that story. Student reaction on UW campus of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Wednesday, fallout continues. The manhunt for the shooter now enters day 3. Can't believe we can't find this guy with the photo evidence. And is there something nefarious at work? Oh, the conspiracy theories are flying. It's ridiculous. 5-hour standoff to get that Mills man wanted on a warrant ended in his death. We find out now Dale Killingbeck has more, a little bit more. We still don't know a whole bunch, but it certainly looks like suicide. Single gunshot in the house. Mills man found dead. Cops say they didn't shoot him. So, I mean, just do the math. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA got kick-started way back when with Wyoming ties. Foster Freeze, Wyoming businessman who made a run for state governor in 2018 behind the seed money that began Kirk's Turning Point those many years ago. He saw something in the young man. Pretty cool FA-18s taking off in Casper. They rumble the ground when they do those hot refuels. It'd be cool to see one of those, just to see America and our fighting machines. A plea deal for an Evanston man accused of putting a gun to his ex-girlfriend's head, strangling her, holding her for 3 days against her will. I hope whatever plea deal he gets, I hope he wishes he never made the plea deal. They're not just precursors to a violent man. They're violent. When you do those things to a woman, you do those things to a girlfriend, choking them, holding a gun to their head, kidnapping them for 3 days, making verbal threats, etc. This is not a guy who you want outside cages. You want him inside the cage and with no contact to women whatsoever. He should be in a cage for a long time. And then when he gets out of a cage, he should wear something that lets us know where he is every second of his life. And whenever he's anywhere near a woman, the alarm should go off. Beep, beep, beep. That's just me. I don't want to get all worked up first thing in the morning. That's no way to get your blood boiling. It's already boiling. Weather forecast from Don Day weather forecast. Chance of rain mainly after 2 in Casper, otherwise 83. Clouds on the increase. In Lander, slight chance of rain afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny 78. Evanston, chance of rain afternoon, partly sunny 70. Rock Springs, you may see some showers in the afternoon as well with a high 75. Pinedale, partly sunny but rain in the afternoon, highs in the upper 60s, 72 in Afton, again with a chance of rain. Du Bois, you may see some rain in the afternoon, otherwise partly sunny 67. Jackson, rain probably showing up around noonish, otherwise mostly sunny 72. Thermopolis, slight chance of rain in the afternoon, sunny till then. Highs 82, 76 in Cody with rain. Becoming mostly cloudy in Buffalo. Chance of rain in the afternoon, 78 the high. Sheridan, 81 with a chance of afternoon rain. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon for Gillette. Otherwise sunny, 82. Newcastle, you'll hit 83 today with rain showers in the afternoon. Torrington, just a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Douglas, maybe some afternoon rain. It's just, let's just call it afternoon, chance of afternoon rain, everywhere, and with highs in the 70s, 80s. Okay? That's just the way it is for a day weather forecast. Super easy. Wherever you live, you're going to be in the 70s, possibly 80, and you might likely have an afternoon rain shower everywhere in Wyoming. Simple. And when we talk to Don Day later, we'll make sure that truly is the case. That's simple. We're also going to ask Don Day to forecast weather for game day Saturdays. The Wyoming Cowboys host the Utah Utes. It's going to be a tough one for the Pokes, but I think we can do it. I think we can give them a little trouble. It was this day in history, by the way, that Wyoming hosted the Texas Longhorns. I'm pretty sure we hosted them here. Yes. The Longhorns beat the Cowboys 41-10, but I remember that game being close for a little while. And Texas, it's the Texas Longhorns, right? Like, always ranked in the top 10 or 20. And like one of the better college football teams. And I think for almost the first half of that game, Wyoming was giving Texas all they wanted. And they were kind of fearful. Yeah. I'll go back and look at the score. Texas got a field goal in the first quarter Wyoming, nothing. So it was 3-0 after the first quarter. And for Texas, taking on the lowly Wyoming Cowboys, Texas got to be thinking, what? Why aren't we crushing these dudes? By the second quarter, suddenly Wyoming is feeling sort of energized, like, hey, we can beat these guys. We're at home. Texas thinks they're all that. Texas was ranked number 2 in the nation at that time. Texas scores 10 points in the second quarter, but so does Wyoming. At the half, it's 13-10 Texas. And going into the locker room at the half, Wyoming has to think, we got these guys. We can do this. And Texas has got to be thinking, who are these Cowboys? Like, what? They're like the bad guys in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when they're being chased by the posse. And they have to put glasses. They put the binoculars on. They see the posse is still coming. Like normally when they rob a bank, they just get on some fast horses and they're gone. And the posse is still coming. They're like, who are those guys? That was Texas in 2009 on this very day. So tomorrow, yeah, maybe a little repeat Utah. Utah, the heavy favorite. I'm not sure what the spread is on that, but it's probably enormous. Utah's ranked 20th, not number 2 like Texas was back then, but ranked 20. So they're the top 20 AP poll. I don't know. We got a chance. Everybody always has a chance. That's why you play the game. Put your money down on your favorite sports betting app, maybe DraftKings. Wasn't that so nice to have the DraftKings woman come on the show last week? She explained how her position was created by DraftKings, first of its kind. What was her name? She first of her kind position. She was like in charge of making sure people don't develop gambling habits. And yes, we call it gaming. It's not gambling. Good letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily, by the way, says Wyoming has a gambling problem. Don't fool yourself. Who wrote that? There's too many things I have to go look up now. Who was the woman who we had on? Oh, brother. We had her on last week. I don't know how I could search for DraftKings, right? Find. She was super smart, great guest. And her official title, I forget, it was something like, in charge of responsible gambling or something. She explained how DraftKings were. I can't find who that was. What was the other thing I was going to? Oh, yeah, letter to the editor. Pretty good. This is in the cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the opinions section. Letter to the editor came in on September 9th. Written by Amber from Green River. And she writes, don't fool yourself. Wyoming has a gambling problem. When gambling was legalized in 2020, it was a recipe for disaster, Amber wrote. Since then, suicides have spiked 859 in the 5-year period from 2020 to present. The previous 5-year period, 577. So, yeah, suicides, if those numbers are correct. Now, we haven't vetted those. We haven't fact-checked those numbers. But if Amber is correct, suicides from 577 to 859, comparing 5-year periods pre and post gambling legalization. Is it because of a gambling addiction? There's certainly plenty of usually males that have gotten themselves in financial difficulty thinking that next bet's going to hit. And that's why DraftKings has somebody specially assigned to make sure that the sports app betting DraftKings make sure that red flags are raised when they see things they shouldn't, like somebody betting on the New York Jets. I mean, that would be a red flag, right? If somebody's taking the Jets, that's not right. Shut down that account. But I'll take the Cowboys and the spread. I'll take the Cowboys and the points tomorrow against Utah. Well, yesterday I said, what can be gained of this? I mean, as in, what can be gained when we say, I take you to the courtroom, Green River, Claire McFarland is there. She takes us into the courtroom as best she can. That's how she's just a great journalist. That's her job, is to kind of let us be there at the trial of this Haitian trucker who came upon an accident scene. There was an accident that had taken place outside of Rawlins or Green River the morning of December 21st, 2022. There's a tow truck, ambulance, first responders all over. And depending on whose story you believe, Saviel Sanjean, 46-year-old from Haiti, says he came upon the scene and couldn't make sense of it. There was just lights everywhere. He was just, for a moment, bedazzled with all what was going on. By the time he figured it out and hit the brakes, it was too late. He was on black ice. Truck slid, hit 2 MTs, killing 1. Complete accident, says St. Jean. To hear the prosecution tell it, St. Jean saw the accident up there and thought he could thread the needle. He saw people going real slow in the right-hand lane. He thought, nah, I got to get this load where it's going. I'm going to get in the left-hand lane, and I'm going to keep going fast, 55. Who do you believe? 5 days of trial, nearly a full day of jury deliberations, and the verdict came down. And Claire McFarland was there. She said when Saviel St. Jean heard he's guilty on all counts, 3 criminal counts, he put his head in his hands and wept. Half the jurors were crying as well. The jurors that said St. Jean was guilty, crying. And what's the family of the EMT do? Tyler Harris. Do they cheer? Is Tyler suddenly back with us? No. Is justice done? I guess justice is done, in my opinion, and I'm not kin to Tyler Harris, so I can't put myself in that position. But I'm thinking, this is an accident. Wrong place, wrong time. Whether Sanjean speaks Creole, Russian, or English, doesn't matter. Whether he's been driving on the road for 3 months or 30 years, well, that might matter. Experience is good to have when you're on the road trucking through Wyoming in December, for sure. But what does any of this do? What are you going to sue this guy from Haiti for every $5 he has? Is it going to bring Tyler Harris out of the grave? Is it justice is when somebody takes a gun out and shoots your son, your kid, and you want justice. And true justice is taking your own gun out during the trial and shooting that dude, honestly. But let's say justice is a crime, is a sentencing. But I don't know what you do here. You got half the jury crying, Sanjeev's crying. He just tried to get out of Haiti because that place is a hellhole. What Trump was calling certain countries, you know what hole, an SH hole. Haiti's top of the list. You don't want to live there. You don't want to be a policeman there. He's just trying to come to America, get the heck out of there, and make a life for his wife and kids. I think he has a couple kids. Takes a job trucking because nobody else wants those jobs. And now he's headed to prison. And Tyler Harris is still dead. Still got to see what the sentencing is. Apparently, there's a wide range of sentencing. By the way, the family said, the EMT's mother, the EMT that was killed, Kathy Harris, said, "We placed all this in God's hands. We knew he'd give us what is just and right." I don't know what justice is here, but it's been a long 3 years to decide the case. The judge in sentencing has it could be anywhere from, let's see, probation, which is obviously not going to prison, anywhere from probation to 30 years in prison, along with fines. So maybe that's where justice can be done. If the jury says, look, given the evidence, there's no other verdict we can come up with but guilty, but we feel bad with the guilty sentence, that would be why they were crying when they had to announce it. So maybe that will influence the judge to go light with the sentencing. I don't know. What do you think? 30 years for the ex-Haitian cop who killed an EMT with his 18-wheeler? 30 years, will that do? 3 years? Probation? I don't know. What's justice here? Is there justice here? Can it be even done? Ponder that. We'll be back in a moment. First break of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in
Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Our next story, we're going to Hulett. So pack a bag and pack your Red Devil gear. We're going to cheer on the Red Devils of Hulett. Maybe they'll be playing under a different mascot name. Before we do that, though, I got all caught up over the break with a pretty cool chart. It's one of those charts that has an axis, and as you move up, it has an axis, like a cross hairs, and then in the upper left quadrant, it's I'm not doing very good explaining it. Maybe I'll just show it. Can I do that? Yeah. I remember how to show things on this. It's a graph. That's what I want to say. It's a graph concerning watch wearers. Does anyone even wear a watch anymore? And it's a graph of watch wearers and what kind of watch you wear, whether it signifies if you're a fun person to be around, whether you have money or don't have money, or whether you're so pretentiously insufferable. What does your watch tell about you? And we learn that people that wear maybe a Movado, it proves you have no money, but you're still a real Karen. You're still a real jerk. If you wear a Hulett, I don't even know what that is. You've got money and you're a real a-hole. Yeah, you're up there on the scale of, okay, we know who you are. If you got no money and you know it and you're fun, you're wearing a Casio or a Swatch watch. Okay, that makes sense. If you do have money and wear a real fancy watch like a Richard Mille, you're still fun. You're not showing it off. But the funnest person to be around as far as watch wearers is them that don't wear no watch at all. And that's most of us, because we have a phone. I bet you couldn't find anyone under the age of 30 that even wears a watch at all. I wear one just for jewelry. It doesn't even work. I mean, it works, but it's not wound up. It's one of those perpetual watches that's always going as long as you move around. Your movement keeps it wound. And I hardly ever wear it. I only wear it for jewelry. Just to be pretentious, just to show off. Let's go to Hulett, where their push is on to change the mascot name. This happens every few years, they say in Hulett. Right now, it's the Hulett Red Devils. Someone left a stack of papers at the Hulett Library. The stack of papers are calling for the local school's grimacing Red Devil mascot. He looks real evil. Got a grimace to him. He looks almost exactly like Evanston's Red Devil mascot. And these pamphlets said, let's switch to a hawk. The Red Devil thing, that's not good in this day and age. Might have been good for Hulett back in the 1940s, but, in this enlightened era, does the Red Devil's work? Conjures all kinds of bad images. Nobody knows who left the pamphlets. There are a list of names on the pamphlets that say, contact these people if you're interested. Well, Cowboy State Daily did contact all three. Two of them wouldn't answer the phone or their emails. Ista and Haas, that's Jeannie Haas and Hannah Ista, did not return phone call requests. Only Mel Beers told the Cowboy State Daily, hey, she's not involved in the movement, even though her name is on the pamphlet. She said, well, maybe it's on there because I work at City Hall and I'm the hub of information. Maybe. She did go on to say the Haas's, Jeannie Haas, are good people. And she did add, this controversy surfaces in town every 10 years or so. So nobody knows who's behind it. Most of the people in Hulett agree that they don't really have the energy to change the name. There might be some interest, maybe not. Hard to tell, but this is not the way to go about it. Most people in Hulett say you don't just leave a stack of pamphlets in the library that say, let's change the name from Red Devils to the Hawks. You can't do it that way. Cowboy State Daily got a hold of Brian Neiman of Hulett. He posted photographs of the pamphlet on his Facebook page. And he said, if they, meaning the people behind the pamphlet, want to make change, they're going about it entirely wrong. There needs to be public discussion, open forums, community involvement between parents and alumni staff, and then everything can be taken to the school board, who would make the decision. The pamphlet encourages people to attend the next school board meeting, which is October 20th, where a final vote will be taken, says the pamphlet. Meanwhile, school board members have never heard of such a vote. What do you mean a final vote? It's not even on the agenda. So if you're trying to change the Hulett mascot from Red Devil to Hawk, maybe you better tell somebody about it, other than just leaving a stack of pamphlets in the library. That's probably not the way to affect change in Hulett. Changing mascot names has become kind of contentious at the national level. You got the Washington Redskins who have changed their name, and even the president of the United States has got involved over that. Trump's involvement is change your name back to the Redskins. Commanders is stupid. And yeah, I don't disagree. And to what level is our names offensive? Cleveland Indians, is the name Indian offensive? They changed their name. Cleveland Guardians. Is Florida State Seminoles. We're going to talk to a Florida State Seminole today, this morning. Former Senator Anthony Bouchard is a Seminole, not of the nation, but he attended Florida State. Is that offensive if we actually name the tribe? It's just never ending when you go down that rabbit hole. And who even is thinking it that hard? You know, Red Devils. Today I would not name my team the Devils. I wouldn't want anything to have that connotation. That's the bad guy. And some of us just think it's kind of fun. You know, the devil on one hand and the angel on the other. And the Red Devil, it's just, you know, it's silliness and fun probably back in the day when Red Devils was named. But for anyone who really put thought into it and who is enlightened, you don't want to name your team the Devils. You don't. The devil's real. He's the bad guy. But when you've been the Red Devils for decades and it's just a fun mascot. It's just a caricature. It's just silliness and nonsense. I don't know if the Hawks is better, but yeah, it's not the way to go about it. Hulett, Evanston, meanwhile, they're the Red Devils as well. Not that they're a godless community, but they're really sports-minded in Evanston. They love their high school sports. They support their team hard. They go hard in Evanston. And they love their Red Devils. Whenever you talk to a coach, basketball or football coach, you interview them, and they'll say, yeah, we got to win this game this week against the Buffaloes, and we're going to do this and that to win it. And then at the end of the interview, they say, go Big Red. They love the Red Devils in Evanston. Hulett, they're not so sure about their Red Devils. Hawks might sound better. But the way to affect change is not just leave a bunch of pamphlets in the library. You got to kind of create a movement to make that work, I would think. Let's take a quick break and we'll get in here with our first guest of the day. Keith Pryor is going to join us. He runs a chapter of Young Life, if you've ever heard of that. And he's hit upon a great idea that kids love doing. It's a sporting clay shooting competition for Young Life. And it's become very popular. People love shooting at clay pigeons, watching them burst. And we'll talk to Keith in just a moment. Let's take that quick break and get back with him on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jake, and we got Keith Pryor on. Keith, look.
Look at that, Jackson. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I got a wife that's trying to sleep next door that's involved in Young Life in the Buffalo area, then Jackson,
Yeah,
Powell.
she was here. She was here. She helped us start it at Powell.
Yeah.
Middle school years ago.
Yeah. We love Young Life.
We do too.
And young lifers love shooting clay pigeons, I guess. What?
A lot of places they do. We do. Yes, sir.
Keith Pryor, involved in Young Life up there in Park County in the Cody area. So tell me about the clay shooting, the competition. What gave the idea that this might be a cool way to share? You always got to come up with ideas to meet kids where they're at. What would inspire kids, to hang out with adults and to just hang out with each other? And I don't know, maybe shotguns.
Well, the shoot that we have now is not for the students. It's a fundraiser. So we do lots of other things with them. But this particular shoot is not that. It's for adults to raise funds for the ministry for the year.
And you just had it, right? Like last month, a couple weeks ago?
No, we usually have it. Excuse me. We usually have it in August, but this year we moved it to September, so it's coming up in 2 weeks.
Oh, well, that'd be a good reason to have you on so we can get people there.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Oh, that's cool. So how long you been doing it?
Oh, I think we've probably been doing our clay shoot for 20 years.
Oh, wow.
In Cody.
Yeah.
We got the idea from Billings Young Life years ago and copied that for the most part.
Billings, yeah, they know what they're doing up there in Billings, I guess.
They have a great clay shooting place up there as well. Just like ours. The one here in Cody is fabulous as well.
Now, wait a minute. Don't you have like a new shooting complex coming? I mean, if they ever get it done and built, is that in your area or is that somewhere else?
That is in our area.
Okay.
I don't know where that is in the process at this point. I have heard about that.
They're going to need a lot more money than what you're raising, but you're raising it for a different cause. Yeah, they need millions and millions. Big fundraiser, Cody Shooting Complex. It's for Young Life. Explain to folks uninitiated what Young Life is, Wildlife is. What are these programs?
All right. This is an interdenominational ministry outreach for kids. It started in 1941, so it's been around a long time. It's international in over 100 countries, but it's organized around each individual school, each individual high school, or each individual middle school. They Young Life now is started in high schools, and now it's in middle schools, colleges, In some places have special ministries for kids with special needs, teen moms, even military bases around the world. So, but the idea is to go out, make relationships with kids, meet them, kids who aren't the kids that are already going to church, that kind of thing. Not that we ignore those kids. We love to have kids as part of our program, that are believers and go to church. But the idea is to reach those that aren't just going to walk into somebody's church on their own someday, build relationships. We take the things that are important to them, like fun and music and adventure and camaraderie, and we build on those things so that we can share with them what we believe is the most important thing, and that's relationship with the God of the universe.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking to Keith Pryor, director for well over a couple of decades now with Young Life, and well, just a couple. I mean, we won't age you too bad. You and your wife Shelley have been holding down the Young Life fort in Park County in Cody. So yeah, what I know of Young Life and Keith just explained it perfectly well. If any kids or parents are listening, it's bringing the gospel to teens and preteens without it's do what I learn what I do, not what I say, or watch what I do, not what I say. It's not necessarily a gospel first message. Like here's what the Bible says, and it's just walking out your life and doing fun stuff with these kids. And these kids are like, these people are cool. I want to know more about them. Like, they get it. They got cool stuff. They got cool events. They like shotguns. Again, we're back to the shotguns thing. And then you say, well, you know why we're cool. And then you let them in a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So when's this coming up? The fundraiser had traditionally, as you said, been in late August, I think last year, August 24th. But now we're going to go to September. What is it all about? How do we get signed up? There's probably some interweb presence somewhere.
Yes. Mostly we're just talking to people we know and sending out texts and emails and stuff. So, but yeah, you can find Yellowstone Young Life on the internet. So yeah, the ministry part here in Cody is called Yellowstone Young Life.
Okay.
So yeah, and it's coming up in 2 weeks.
Yellowstone Young Life, it's the Cody Shooting Complex fundraiser. And if you get involved, like, do we actually have winners and losers? Like there's some people who might get a prize for shooting the best.
Everybody's a winner.
Of course.
Yeah, no, there are prizes. So we have lots of prizes. So we have the top male shooter, the top female shooter, the top. We do have some students, some younger people under 18 that come out there between 16 and 18. We can do that, and there's an extra plaque for them, and we also have some team competitions. So years ago, we noticed we had a bunch of different groups from churches coming. So we said, let's just have a little competition between the churches.
Yeah.
So we have a trophy, a little traveling trophy, and see that. And now we've expanded that. A lot of construction teams come out, or people in the construction industry. So we have a special little competition for that. You can bring a whole team of 5 and shoot that way, or you can come as an individual, and we'll put you in a group with 4 others. And because that's how you shoot when you move around the clay shooting venue. You shoot in teams of 5. There's lots of guys, and then there's so many door prizes. Half the people at least come away with door prizes, including 2 really nice rifles. Well, one's a shotgun, one's a rifle.
Yeah,
that are donated to us by Rocky Mountain, and so. So yeah, lots of winners in lots of ways.
That's what I've learned about any kind of Young Life event is you're never going to walk out of there with empty hands. They find ways to just give you stuff. You're like, oh, what did I win?
Yeah, we have a lunch party. So it starts in the morning at 9, and then when we're finished shooting, we have lunch, give away the prizes. So lunch by Bubba's Barbecue, good lunch. Everybody gets that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Great time.
Way to go, Joe Rice. He's got the Bubbas up there, and he's got a Bubbas in Jackson. That's pretty cool of Joe. I think the idea of groups, organizations, that's the move. If you belong to a small company, a small business, or some kind of nonprofit organization, get involved as a group. That'd be fun to see who's who in the I like that. Yellowstone Young Life in Cody, and the director. What's your official title? Grand Poobah, director of.
Your Highness. No, it's it's area director. Area director.
Area director Keith Pryor, and coming up at the Cody Shooting Complex is that annual fundraiser they've been doing for a little while. And you're going to shoot clays. No birds will be harmed in the making of this event.
No live animals. I do want to make one little correction. My wife's name is Mary Charles.
Oh, Mary Charles. Why did I think it was Shelley?
I don't know. I don't know where they came from.
Oh, whoops. Okay, yeah, Mary Charles. I knew that.
Hey, no problem.
She'll be there. How's her shooting skills?
I don't think she's ever shot.
Okay.
Probably anything. But I will say, I'm the area director. I'm the guy on the list, but she does so much, as so many others do. We have so many adults that volunteer in so many ways, even just putting on this shoot,
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them out there in the world of kids every day as well. And we're blessed with a whole lot of people who support what we're doing here.
Yeah. Well, I like what you're doing up there, and wherever your community is, if you're listening to us on the Cowboy State Daily around the Cowboy State, around Wyoming, there's very likely a Young Life program near you. It's a great thing to get your kids involved in. Yellowstone Young Life, the big clay shooting fundraiser coming up September. When? Is it this weekend?
27. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Okay. We got to get on it. All right, that's Keith Pryor, and thanks for sharing your morning with us. Have a great weekend. Blessed weekend, Keith.
Thank you, Jake. Good to talk to you.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Friday, and we're going to talk a little bit of real estate first thing next hour. I know it's early in the morning to talk real estate, but Jake at 3:07 up there in Cody makes it all digestible. I really do understand real estate better whenever I talk to Jake. We also have a lot more Cowboy State Daily stories to get to. Of course, we're still following the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination Wednesday. Still the manhunt on for a shooter. We learned what is the reaction at UW in Laramie, the campus. Our own Jackson went down there and got a feeling of what the kids are thinking, the campus, because Charlie Kirk was all about campuses, his Turning Point USA. And the tour he was taking from campus to campus. What do the kids think? What do the college kids think of it? It's good to know. That'll be coming up later. The judge ruling, Renee Jean's story, judge ruling that we owe more money to the power company. What? Haven't we paid enough? I'm going to turn the lights out just to save a little more. Rocky Mountain Power is set to capture more. 30% rate increase. Wyoming Public Service Commission blocked a rate increase idea they had in 2023, but another judge has said that it's okay. So, expect to pay more for your electricity. That's always going up. The Mustang Roundup, the BLM rounding up Mustangs in several areas. That's always on again, off again. The BLM intends to zero out these herds of feral horses, remove all of them from the range. The Salt Wells Creek herd, that's got the rare curly-haired Mustangs. That's just one of the places. Adobe Hills, Great Divide Basin. Yeah, all of this. Apparently, the latest from Mark Hines is it's off again, at least for now. So we got a lot to get to on this Friday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that on this finally Friday. It's the weekend, y'all. That's good news. We'll be back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The truck driver who plowed into a complicated crash scene the morning of December 21st, 2022, hit 2 EMTs, killing one, and also struck an ambulance, was found guilty Thursday on all 3 criminal counts he faced. 46-year-old Saviol St. Jean collapsed on the defense table in front of him and wept with his head in his arms as the 3 guilty verdicts were read Thursday in a Sweetwater County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that half the jurors were crying too.
As they read the guilty verdicts, St. Jean collapsed onto his arms on the defense table in front of himself and sobbed, and half the jury was crying as well. Since it's not a death penalty case, the sentence is up to the judge, and the judge could go anywhere from probation to 30 years in prison.
His sentencing will be set for a later date. Less than 24 hours after conservative political thought leader Charlie Kirk was gunned down Wednesday, students on the University of Wyoming campus condemned political violence. Kirk was shot and killed Wednesday by a rooftop gunman while speaking at Utah Valley University as part of his American Comeback Tour, an event in which he engaged in debates with students on hot-button social and political topics. His death sent shockwaves throughout the nation, including here in Wyoming, where Kirk visited as part of his national tour in late April, attracting an audience of about 1,800 at the University of Wyoming Arts and Sciences Auditorium. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to several students at UW on Thursday about their reaction to Kirk's death.
While students across the board condemned political violence, there certainly was a different variance of reactions about what happened to Charlie Kirk and kind of Kirk's legacy in the U.S. as a whole. Now, some students were very forcefully against something like this. They were saying that political violence should never happen, that Kirk's death was very sad. Others were less so. I spoke to one student in particular who said that they were glad that a voice like Kirk's is out of the spotlight, their words exactly.
The person credited with financially kickstarting Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA organization was a rags-to-riches Wyoming businessman who ran for state governor in 2018. When the group started, Kirk was just 18, and Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming multimillionaire Foster Freeze saw something in him.
Kirk was actually really public about that, publicly crediting Foster Freeze with jump-starting this organization that started off with a few $1,000s and now is in the multi-millions. And so I was trying to find someone in Wyoming who could talk about what potentially Freeze saw in Charlie Kirk, and my search actually led me right back home to the original co-founder of Cowboy State Daily, and that was Annalise Wiederspan, who was also on close terms with Freeze around 2018 and saw this relationship with Charlie Kirk and Freeze because she was receiving the funding and hatching the idea for Cowboy State Daily.
At the time of his death, the 31-year-old had become one of the most powerful political voices from the conservative and Christian right, especially young people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, aviation groupies who love to ooh and ah at anything cool with wings, there's nothing like that bone-shaking rumble of a military fighter jet taking off. That's what the lucky few near the tarmac at Casper-Natrona County International Airport got to feel on Tuesday night when a pair of Marine FA-18 Hornets took off after hot refueling. The general manager for Aero Center Casper told Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson that locals better get used to that deep-in-your-soul feeling of military jets taking off because the airport this year began fulfilling a new contract to service military aircraft.
They put down and they refuel while the engines are still running and they go back up. These airport people, career aviation people, been there for decades, they still get really excited and giddy when these cool aircraft land.
Longtime airport director Glenn Januska said that even after more than 30 years in the aviation industry, he still feels like an excited kid when cool airplanes like these show up in Casper. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Friday edition of Cowboy State Daily Show. And we're covering the stories of the day. Jake Ivanov going to join us from 307 Real Estate. I think Jake was there in the Zoom room and then disappeared. Here he is. Now we got it going. We hear the doorbell, so that means somebody's home. Jake, what are you doing up there?
Oh, not much. How are you?
I'm good. We just talked to a fellow Cody person, Young Life director up there at Yellowstone Young Life.
Yeah, my daughter is in Young Life. She's one of the, the wild leaders of the wild ones?
Wildlife?
Oh. Well, it's wildlife, but it's like another little, I don't know. Yeah.
She's in the extreme version, maybe.
Yeah, she is. So she is, and she loves it. And we're Young Lifers as well.
Very cool.
We'll be 307 Real Estate. We'll be attending the skeet shoot.
Yeah, buddy, you've been brushing up on your shotgunning.
Can you shoot? Maybe you can come be a celebrity shooter for us.
I'm not good at. I have actually tried that, and you have to lead the shuttle. It's hard. I'm not good at it. No.
Yeah. It's not something that I would pride myself on. I'm not good.
Yeah, you're on your own there, but that's okay. Just getting involved and you give them some money. That's all it's really important. So, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the world of real estate. It's always topsy-turvy, always things going on. We talked to Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean's been doing some stories about these large ranches for sale, coming up for sale. And I mean, like huge Texas-size ranches. And we had Jackson Hole guy who Live Water speculated as to why. What is the perfect storm that they seem to be coming up? I mean, what are your thoughts on some of these legacy ranches, gigantic, that are all of a sudden for sale? Is there something in the climate, in the financial climate? Is it just a bunch of things coming together? What's going on that these ranches coming up listing now?
You know, financial climate, yeah. I do think there's just some want to buy big, large tracts of land. I mean, you can't help. I mean, the TV show, you know, the Yellowstone TV show. I mean, having the big ranch up there has kind of been, you know, in a lot of these guys' minds, and you know, getting away from the city, and I mean, they're not making land, you know, like the places they're selling anymore. It's the two that I'm aware up here, you know, are just some of the coolest places that you'll ever see. I mean, they're all kind of around Carter Mountain, you know, west of Matitsi, and I believe it's the Antler Ranch and the Pitchfork over there. But they are unbelievable places. We grew up hunting all around them, you know, in areas 61 and 62 and, you know, 63 for elk. But they're just unbelievable places. And I mean, you may as well be in Yellowstone Park once you get back there. And you can go for days and days and days in there and not see anybody and not leave your land. I think that, yeah, I mean, and I hate to always bring it up, but like, you know, the political climate and, you know, the way, you know, the things that happen in this world, people want to kind of insulate themselves, and, you know, people with money got a big ranch, you know, they can get in there. Years ago, I'd probably say that they're wanting to lose money 3 out of 5 years. For tax purposes, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think people are just want them to have them, you know, trophies, legacies.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the move to Wyoming, it makes a lot of financial sense for people, especially if they live in a heavily taxed state. There's incentives there to have land in Wyoming, to be headquartered in Wyoming. But larger and larger ranches, I mean, people have the means. There are more and more millionaires, if not billionaires today. Yet the Yellowstone, you're right. You cannot overstate the influence of that to be like a large cattle baron landowner. And whether it's the Antlers, the Pitchfork, the PK, Midland, Pathfinder, all these ranches coming up, and yeah, nobody's making land anymore. And especially when you see a lot of large tracts have already been subdivided. To find something that's big acreage like this, that maybe you could subdivide if that is your intent, but to find these large swaths, they're pretty rare, I guess. Are there more up there in your area, in Park County or in Hot Springs, in Johnson County? Do you see any more of these ranches maybe coming up soon?
Only the ones that the government wants to sell off.
Yeah.
You know? Those are pretty much the only other ones. They're pretty far and few between. I mean, I see two. There's two up here, and if you would have told me 4 years ago that they would be selling these places, I would have been like, no way, they'll never sell them. But
yeah.
And trust me, I've called them and asked them if they'd sell them, and they're just never, no, I'm not going to do it. And, and then they pop up, and you're just kind of like, wow, you know, that's.
And for the most part, Jake, are these ranches? These are not corporate owned ranches. These are family, usually multi-generation, and somewhere along the line, the next generation, the son, the grandson, the granddaughter, they just said, look, you know, ranching, this is not going to be our thing. The time is right. We're finally going to say yes, and we're going to sell.
Yeah. I see both of the owners of the ranches up here. They come into a restaurant in town that I always see them at. And I mean, there's, I campaigned with another one. I mean, they're just normal, everyday people that are, in and around town. And but there's definitely more of those kind of ranches that are up here, but not for sale.
Let me ask you this. This is a crazy question, Jake, but as a real estate agent, if you have the listing, let's say, would you, I mean, the real, when I see something like this happen, the real shame of it for me is seeing these stewards of the land, for some of them for 100 years, have been taking care of this land for Wyoming, for wildlife habitat, for open space, for the West. And I would hate to see, subdivide. I would hate to see a town pop up on a ranch all of a sudden. I would just love the ranch to be much of what it is now. I don't know if you can run cows or run cattle if you're the buyer, but does the real estate agent, when finding buyers, is there any vetting process where the real estate agent says, look, I got 3 people interested. One of them wants to develop the heck out of this place. Another one wants to keep it kind of like what it is. What is your involvement as a real estate agent? What is your motivation? Highest dollar is king and that's it? Or are you thinking about a property and what you hope it remains?
I mean, legally, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the seller to get them what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And to achieve their goals. So that's generally what most realtors are going to be, looking at doing, is following, the goals of their sellers. Some want highest and best, price they can get. Some really do care about what's going to happen. Most of them are already drilling and pumping gas on their land. So, I mean, that's not really, they might want to keep the mineral rights, but I'd say for the most part, these guys that are selling them aren't interested in selling them to families that want to subdivide them. But I mean, money talks, and when somebody comes in and they don't necessarily, there's ways that they can protect that and actually get a tax write-off if they just did like conservation easements on their properties, and so generally, if they're wanting them to stay in large tracts or stay under, without necessarily, well, I guess you still would be, but they'd probably put them in a conservation easement before they sold them anyway and take that tax benefit too.
We're talking to Jake at 307 Real Estate. Find out why they have a 4.8 star rating on the Googler. Jake, let's switch gears now from these large legacy ranches to just real estate in general. Where are we at today in the climate? We hear that there may be a little bit of a cooling off. Mortgage rates remain kind of high. That's turning some people off. Is it buyers or a seller's market or a little of both?
Rates are actually not too bad right now. The last I checked, they're right at 6. Hoping to come down just a little bit. If we can get those down into like 5, like 5.5 even, is kind of a nice sweet spot. It kind of moves inventory. Still holds a little bit of inventory too. You don't want it moving and you don't want it staying. It just kind of shuffles. And I mean, just, and I can speak for 307. Like, we're up. I think we're beyond our COVID numbers. So I mean, and we've been consistently up every year. So what I'd tell people is houses are still selling.
Yeah.
And we're still, and of course I can only speak for the Cody and Sheridan and, or Park County, Bighorn and Sheridan and Buffalo, their properties are moving. At least in these areas they are. Interest rates are getting better. Going into the winter, it's kind of an interesting scenario because interest rates are dropping and, there's going to be less people listing homes. So we do have kind of an inventory, or we have an interesting situation to where a seller might be on the top here because there's not a lot of competition, and the interest rates are coming down. And there's been pent up demand for people to buy homes. So when there's not a lot on the market, interest rates comes down. There's still pent up demand. I think it could be a pretty good opportunity for a seller.
Jake, the wife and I are still looking in the Buffalo area. We might have to be in touch.
Let's do it. I'm ready for you.
Let's do it. 307 Real Estate up there in Cody. They handle properties in Park County, Hot Springs, Johnson, and what's Sheridan County?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for spending time with us. Appreciate it. I'm always fascinated to know what's going on in real estate.
I'm always ready for you. Let me know anytime. I'm happy to jump on.
All right.
Perfect. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah. Have a great weekend.
You too. We'll see you.
Cowboy State Daily continues with our day weather forecast, and we'll get a specific micro forecast for Laramie tomorrow. Big football game, Utah versus Wyoming. Don can always help us out with an exact forecast. I don't know if weather is going to bother you. I mean, Utah, they're kind of used to the West. I don't know if the game will be bothered by weather, if that's going to affect how either team plays. But we'll just in case you're going to the game, we want you to be comfortable and not be freezing or wet. Yeah, we'll take a look at that forecast for you for tomorrow for the big football game. Also, tons of special guests on. I have a guest on later today that may rewrite history as we know it. How and why did the dinosaurs become extinct? What is the message that you've been told? I think all of us pretty much agree it must have been that big asteroid, right? In fact, they even show us the crater that was created by it. The asteroid killed the dinosaurs. That's the accepted theory since the 1980s. But there's one noted scientist who has an alternative view, has written a book, and it's gaining traction that maybe we got it all wrong. And that's not how the Tyrannosaurus Rex was wiped out. That's not what killed the dinosaurs at all. An asteroid. What if it was something else? I can't wait to talk to this young lady because what she proposes, her theory on the extinction of dinosaurs, is revolutionary, world-changing. She's been shouted down as dangerous by some who still adhere to the asteroid killing the dinosaurs theory. So that's going to be a fun discussion. I can't wait. Don Day, he's not responsible at all for killing the dinosaurs. That was probably weather. What kind of weather did the dinosaurs like? It was like a jungle back in the dinosaur days, right?
Well, during the Cretaceous, Jurassic, that time period was a very warm cycle on Earth from what we could gather. Obviously, nobody was there with a thermometer. However, the geologic record shows that it was pretty warm, very lush planet.
Jungle-like. Yeah, warm. And then if it gets cold, we know that dinosaurs like, reptiles like snakes and crocodiles and whatnot, the closest thing we have to dinosaurs today. Yeah, they don't like temperature change. They don't deal with it very well. They can't regulate their own body heat very well. So when it got cold, when Wyoming became real Wyoming, we know it as today, goodbye Tyrannosaurus Rex. He hightailed it right out of here, headed south. Okay, Don, so we got any kind of anti-dinosaur weather coming up? It seems like a comfortable day today.
I've never heard that question before. Anti-dinosaur weather. No, yeah. Even the dinosaurs would probably be happy with the forecast. It's going to be comfortably mild, 60s and 70s. It just, there's a chance of showers. And I recommend any high school football fans headed out to a game later this afternoon or evening to keep the rain gear handy. Same for Laramie tomorrow. Tailgaters, especially tomorrow afternoon, there's going to be some showers and thunderstorms around Laramie, and a couple could hang around during the game. Is it like a washout, like a steady downpour? No, but showers are going to be a possibility. And hunters up in the high country are going to be running into those showers as well.
Mm-hmm. That's what I kind of saw. Yes, 70s, some people touching 80, but with a little bit of a chance of rain. So yeah, pack the rain gear. Pack the umbrella. We don't do umbrellas in Wyoming.
No, I mean, you could do the old garbage bag thing.
Yeah.
Cut a hole in the bottom and, two for your sides. That'll be enough. No, in fact, you don't see a lot of umbrella stores in the strip mall in Wyoming. And most people in Wyoming own an umbrella, but I will say, do you know where it is?
Yeah. It's with the golf club somewhere in the
right.
in
It's
the
usually
garage.
with a golf bag, right?
Yeah, and it's usually the dead giveaway. You're not a local when you bust out the umbrella when the raindrops start falling. You're like, because
in Wyoming, when you do have an umbrella and you take it out, usually the rain stops.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. If you get your car cleaned, the rain starts. If you take your umbrella out, the rain stops. That's how we do weather. We don't need a weather guy. We got car wash and umbrellas that decide when and
well,
it rains.
Who did need a weather guy was obviously the dinosaurs. They would have known what was coming. They would have been ready.
Dude, would they even listen? Trying to get your message through to some rockhead brontosaurus? No way. But whatever you say is gospel on weather. That's for sure. Day weather forecast. Have a great weekend, Don. This is maybe a weekend for dinosaurs, but another month from now, and they're not going to want to be around. Cowboy State Daily continues. Quick break here. We'll be back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Yeah, Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, good Friday to you. It's the weekend. Cowboy State Daily show continues here. And where are we going next? I think Dr. Keller is supposed to be here. I'm going to give her one last call. Sometimes when I make last call for Dr. Keller, sometimes it works. I don't know whether people are watching and listening to the show and then suddenly realize, oh my goodness, it's my spot. Or whether it's just some kind of weird behind the scenes karma thing. Dr. Keller, we need you. In the absence of the good doctor, let's go to Gillette. Campbell County Cemetery District Board. There's a few eyebrow-raising things about this story. Jackson Walker has it for the Cowboy State Daily. The treasurer for the Campbell County Cemetery District Board is sounding the alarm over some money payouts to local nonprofit groups that seem questionable to him. And questionable to me as well. Board Treasurer Dean Von Hoff has served on the board since he was elected in 2020. He was recently surprised to learn the board allocates about $10,000 a year to the Energy Capital Economic Development, ECED. Whatever that is. We're going to try to explore what that is in a minute. The cemetery board also shells out a little over $1,000 every year to the Campbell County Chamber of Commerce. Are they promoting the cemetery with the chamber? Visit Gillette. Come see the cemetery. The cemetery district also has sent a total of $5,000 to a woman's advocacy group called Happy Girls Don't Do That. The treasurer said, why are we cutting checks to these groups? He was basically told, we've been doing it for a long time. Don't ask questions. But the cemetery board treasurer says, well, that's my job to ask questions and sign checks. And it's not a lot of money compared to our overall budget, but why? Cemetery board president Jim Hastings, by the way, happens to sit on the board of all three of those nonprofits I just mentioned. They get money from the cemetery district. Now we start the old follow the money trail, and suddenly things start making more sense. These small payouts pale in contrast to the cemetery district's annual budget, which is, to me, really high. I mean, this, I don't know what a cemetery district does. Obviously, I mean, the treasurer, Von Hoff, who questioned some of these payouts, said this money would be better used for cemetery beautification. Okay, that's something I would assume a cemetery does. Somebody's got to mow the lawn. Somebody's got to, there has to be a certain amount of upkeep. I get that. Hiring maintenance workers, Von Hoff said, is part of what a cemetery district does. Yes. You need somebody, you got to hire somebody to push the lawnmower. This all makes sense. Does the following dollar amount make sense? The Campbell County Cemetery District's annual budget is $44 million. What do they do? And it's not the story's purpose to question the annual budget. And it's not my intent to question the end, although I can't help but think that's a huge amount of money. For what? I mean, everything costs a lot nowadays, sure. $44 million. How many cemeteries are in Campbell County? Obviously, Gillette probably has a couple. Gillette's a big city. $44 million budget for a cemetery board. Okay. But yeah, I have to agree with the treasurer who says, why are we paying out money to these nonprofit? Why are we paying money to the Chamber of Commerce? Why are we paying money out to the Energy Capital Economic Development? And why are we sending money to this women's advocacy group called Happy Girls Don't Do That? And the cemetery board president, Jim Hastings, says, don't worry about that. And he sits on the board of all three of those. And does that represent a conflict of interest? Does that kind of hinky? It seems weird. Okay, shout out to Andrew Rossi because Dr. Keller has arrived. And I have Andrew Rossi's scheduled next. Andrew, we're going to have to skip you if we want to get the good doctor in, and I do. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to reach out to Andrew Rossi and tell him he just got bumped. It's like being on the late night show, right? And you're the juggler, but you're also scheduled to be on with the Vice President of the United States and some A-list celebrity, and you're the juggler, and you're thinking, oh, man, if anyone goes long today, I'm out. I know it. Andrew Rossi, you're the juggler this morning, and I'm afraid you're out. We'll be right back with Dr. Keller after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son. Come on! Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Friday into the Zoom room, into the discussion. Welcome, Dr. Keller, Gerda Keller, and I am... Doctor, I'm going to try to keep up for as long as I can until it's painfully evident that you are way smarter than me and any of our listeners. But that'll be the fun of it. Thanks for being on.
Thank you.
So,
nice to meet you.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to shake up everything you thought you knew. We're going to change everything, and we'll do it slowly so we don't shock people. But Gerda Keller is the author of The Last Extinction, the real science behind the death of the dinosaurs, how you thought the dinosaurs became extinct, how the world has thought that since the 1980s. I think we're going to throw all that out. The truth lies along the path of evidence, and that will become clear shortly. First, Dr. Keller, I want you to just quickly give us a little bio on you, a little background. Your life is fascinating. Born in Liechtenstein, that's a cool little micro country right there between Switzerland and Austria. You grew up on a dairy farm where obviously every good European there is every good European girl is encouraged to go sew, knit, and cook, and the boys are sent off to go get smart. And you thought, I'm not having any of that. You traveled the world. You were shot in a bank robbery attempt in Australia. You were in San Francisco during the war protests, the hotbed. What have you not done in your short life? My goodness, catch us up on who you are.
I've done everything. And I'm still continuing. So it's never going to end.
You're still on a path. You are now, where are you now? Are you Princeton University? You are a professor of paleontology, geology, a department of the geosciences in Princeton U. You may have heard of that, folks. That's like a big school, Ivy League.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what we know. Here's what we thought we knew. Since the 1980s, and mostly because of a father-son team of Alvarez name, they claimed an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. That's become the common belief. They even have a big old crater to prove it. But Dr. Keller says she's not buying it. What's a big reason why we think it was an asteroid. Talk about the rare mineral found and how that plays into things.
The part that was found was iridium. And iridium is a rare mineral, yes. And it is supposed to be common, of course, in asteroids, among things. But it is also equally common very deep inside the Earth. That's where iridium comes from as well. And at the time when the Alvarez in 1980 came up with this story, the son was Walter Alvarez. He was a geologist. And then there was, of course, Luis Alvarez is the Nobel Prize winner. He is a very important man. And he liked to invent a lot of things. And he was very good at that. But when it came to this hypothesis, which he soon, within 2 years, decided it was all proven, that iridium was it. And nobody dared to question him. And if anyone questioned, they would be eliminated, literally eliminated. And of course, at that time, it was also so that NASA needed a lot of money because, and there wasn't much, because at that time, Ronald Reagan was the president, and he decided that NASA was wasting too much money. So very quickly, Luis Alvarez and the big boys were hitting that, yes, it is the impact. And we need to prove that the impact, well, not even prove, just that the impact was the important part. And so the president decided, okay, that's the story. And from then on, there was a lot of money. But the only money you could get was really the impactors. I call them the impactors. Because as long as they agreed, then all the money was there. And so, for instance, the people who love the dinosaurs, and there are lots of you in where you are, and everyone else, for that matter, they were kind of cut out because they didn't believe what the Alvarez said. And so within a few years, they were basically kicked out.
Yeah. So the Alvarez theory, 1980, became gospel on how dinosaurs were extinct. It was the asteroid, and nobody dare question. They carried a lot of weight. Certainly, women couldn't dare question. And then along comes an upstart like you, and I don't know about upstart or underdog. You've got over 300 scientific publications in international journals, many of them concerning mass extinctions, catastrophes like this. And so if, you bring up a good point, sometimes you follow the money on how the asteroid theory became real. NASA, their need for money. But a lot of it is centered around iridium. This idea that asteroids contain the rare mineral iridium, and that must be how we find it on Earth. But you say, wait a minute, iridium is already here. It's deep underground. What could bring iridium out from underground volcanic activity. Now we start getting onto something very interesting on what extincted the dinosaur. Let's go to the West Indies, Indonesia, and your theory.
Yes, I did not know much about iridium. I'm not a chemist. So for years, I've tried. And I've tried to persuade people that they should look at iridium because this may be the real reason that something else happened. And it was until I met an astrophysicist, actually astrochemist for that matter, who from Florida. I had given a talk there, of course, on the dinosaurs and the impact and all that stuff. And after that, and he asked me a lot of questions. And I said, oh boy, another impactor.
Yeah.
and then at the end, he came up to the podium and said, well, it's a really interesting story. But I was always told it was the iridium. And I said, so did I. But I'm trying to find somebody who actually knows about iridium. And if you might be that one, I will have all the samples that you could ever want on iridium and impacts and that stuff, because I have the largest collection in the world. And then he said, that's going to be difficult because you have to do all kinds of testing and everything. And I said, well, I'll be happy if you try. So a year later, he comes back and he says, I have a student now who is interested in working on this. And we are going to do it. It took him 2 years, and that was now COVID time. It took 2 years, and he said, we found it. It wasn't iridium at all. What had anything to do with the impact? Because it was just some chemicals. And so they brought out this story, and you can imagine that the impactors were very unhappy. And they started, well, there was literally a war going on. What I call the impactors, meaning this particular guy was telling the story that, do you hear a noise?
No.
Oh, okay, good. It's just one of those phone calls that bothered me. And then he, of course, the impactors did not like this story at all. And they tried to eliminate it. They tried to eliminate, they couldn't eliminate him because he works for NASA. And he's a super important person. He even got a whole new building at NASA for his research and everything. In any case, the point was they tried to eliminate the student. It's absolutely crazy. And anyway, she's finishing her PhD now, finally.
Yeah, this is all part of the ongoing dinosaur wars. Those who believe that it was an asteroid impact that was the end of dinosaurs as we know it, or If you listen and read the book from Gerda Keller, who we're talking to, the book is called The Last Extinction, The Real Science Behind the Death of the Dinosaurs. So if it was not impact, if it was not an asteroid, Dr. Keller, that triggered the fifth mass extinction as we know it and ended the Cretaceous era 66 million years ago, what was it? What was the downfall of the dinosaurs?
That was the important part. I've been searching it for a long time.
Yeah.
And it was actually, there were 3 discoveries we made. And it was in a short time. The first one was 2 students from Switzerland who were working also with me and my collaborators in Mexico. We worked in Mexico literally every year and looked for what happened to the impact. And the first one was, usually in Mexico, you find a lot of impact spherules. Those are these tiny glass beads, up to a couple of millimeters in size, that are falling out when an impact happened. And in this case, it was... the students found it in Mexico. And we said, whoa, we found something, but I wasn't quite sure it was the right one. And it was, but it was a different one. The next year, the Princeton students came. Also my undergraduates. I usually took about 15 maximum. And they, some of the very best of them were saying it was extremely hot, 15 degrees at the time. And they were saying, we want to go out and prove what you're saying, whether there was really an asteroid that was not just the spherules that everyone can find, but that was the real thing. And when I say the real thing, the ones that had never been found before. In other words, material gets reworked in sediments. And that's what always the problem was. You could say, okay, we have impact spherules, so it must be the asteroid. Yes. But where did they come from in the first place? So in this case, I told them, okay, I will search for a locality that we have never seen. And we did that, and I said, you dig a trench about 2-3 meters deep, and you just go down all the way until you find what you're looking for. And so they did. And it took it took several hours, but then they came running and said, we found it. And what they found after digging all this trench is 2 meters of pristine impact spherules that have never been touched. Nothing else. It was so amazing. Everybody was quiet at first until they started hollering and said, we did it. And it was true. And so we had this one, and we found the age of it. We found everything. Within no time, within the same year, The impactors heard about it, and they quickly came out and they said, it can't be. It's impossible. It must be, we don't know where it is from, but we have never seen anything like that.
So the discoveries made by Greta Keller that has got her writing the book, The Last Extinction, the real science behind the death of the dinosaurs, changes everything. It says it's not the asteroid, it's discoveries in sedimentary and fossil records that show an heightened time of volcanic eruptions at that time and greenhouse gases. That's what led to the end of the dinosaur and the mass extinction, and scary implications that we may be going through the same thing again with increased greenhouse emissions and maybe a sixth mass extinction. That's scary to think about, but we're out of time. Greta Keller, thank you so much. The Last Extinction, the real science behind the death of the dinosaurs. Look for that at wherever you find books. I appreciate all the work. And I might be a new believer.
When you hear everything, you will be a new believer. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm quite sure.
Thank you for the work you're doing. Don't let anyone shout you down. I think this is very interesting stuff and changes everything we know about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Appreciate you being on. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Rocky Mountain Power appears set to capture more of that nearly 30% rate increase that the Wyoming Public Service Commission blocked after a federal judge ruled that the state's adjustment cheated the company of $23.5 million in reasonably incurred operating expenses. When and how Rocky Mountain Power will recoup that $23.5 million from Wyoming customers is not yet clear, according to business reporter Renee Jean.
The judge ruled that the 2023 decision adjusting a portion of that 30% rate case, that the Public Service Commission botched it, they were wrong. And so Wyoming owed at that time 20 point whatever million it was in 2023. But here's the thing, since then, there have been actions taken around that disputed figure.
A spokesperson for the company said it will take time to figure out how much of that figure is still owed to the company, as well as how it should be recouped going forward. The status of about 3,000 Wyoming Mustangs has turned into a continual legal back and forth. Horse advocates opposed to rounding them up have the upper hand, at least for now. Mustangs in 3 herd management areas, or HMAs, have become the crux of a protracted legal battle between the Bureau of Land Management and wild horse advocates. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the roundups were originally set to start in July and August, but horse advocates prevailed in a lawsuit in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver to halt the roundups.
It's all because of legal back and forth between horse advocates who do not want the horses rounded up at all and the BLM that wants to zero out these herd units in Salt Wells Creek, part of Adobe Town and the Great Divide area. The BLM making the argument that that just isn't a suitable area to have horses, and the horse advocates going, that's awesome habitat for horses, including those rare curly-haired Mustangs.
Horse advocates argue that the Mustangs qualify as wildlife and should be managed and protected as such. However, some consider them to be a feral species that competes with native species such as mule deer and antelope. A Mills man who died after a 5-hour standoff with law enforcement Wednesday was not shot by officers. That's according to the Natrona County Sheriff's Office, who did identify the man who died as 42-year-old Zachary Albrecht. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Mills police tried to serve a felony arrest warrant between 11 and 11:30 a.m. when the occupant of the home refused to comply and barricaded himself inside.
Police are not saying how he died. They are not answering questions right now. The local agency, Mills Police Department, referred us to DCI. DCI is not talking. There's not much more we know except that the victim, who's been named, had some civil action filed against him, current civil action filed against him in Natrona County District Court, but nothing criminal that I could find related to him recently.
Natrona County civil court files show Albrecht recently had been involved in a landlord-renter dispute about an apartment directly across the street from where the standoff took place on Wednesday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, someone left a stack of papers at the Hulett Library calling for the local school's grimacing red devil mascot to switch to a hawk, sparking outcry in the town this week. But it's difficult to tell who's behind the proposed change. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that even the most vehement opponents of the movement either don't know or won't say.
Well, the mascot is a red devil grimacing that I'm told was actually named after the way the red dirt kicks up in the wind up there in Hulett. And so there was a note attached to the pamphlet, like, talk to these people for more information. At least one that I talked to was like, no, this was a surprise. And then another one, her colleague said that doesn't sound like her either. And so it became a challenge to piece together who even is behind the movement.
The pamphlet encourages people to attend an October 20th school board meeting and says a final vote will be taken. But school board members who spoke to Cowboy State Daily said they hadn't heard of the proposal until Wednesday or Thursday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily show continues on a Friday, and we move to our next special guest, the Reverend Jim Harden. Jim, we're learning just now that we do have a person of interest in custody regarding the Charlie Kirk shooting. Breaking news that the father of this 22-year-old turned his son in, Tyler Robinson. We're going to talk about that a little bit, I think, right?
Right. Thanks for having me on, Jake.
You bet.
Really honored to be here.
So, yeah, where to start?
There's so much.
Yeah.
You know, so Tyler Robinson is a person of interest. They did find a weapon, bolt action rifle with rounds in it that that had casings that were etched with transgender and Marxist type slogans. You know, we had already expected that it was going to be some sort of transgender type violence, given the fact that Charlie just started talking about transgender violence the moment he was shot. And quite frankly, this is this kind of violence is typical of the kind of Antifa, Marxist, transgender, pro-abortion type activity we've been seeing over the last 3.5 years. So it's going to be important for us to certainly continue to mourn and support and pray for Charlie's family, because this wasn't just an attack on Charlie and his family. This was an attack on the United States and the very principles that undergird civilized order and American rule of law, which is what Charlie stood for. And I think we've got to, take a step back, take a breath, it's okay to be angry, but leverage the energy of our anger for continuing to more intentionally espouse the truth of what it means to be human under God, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, the first of which is the right to life, the right upon which all other rights are predicated. You cannot have or exercise a right unless you have the life to do it with. And Charlie's was robbed. Charlie was espousing the concept of human dignity that was set forth in the Declaration of Independence and is reiterated in the Constitution of the United States under the 5th and 14th Amendments. And while he was doing it, he offended the Marxists. And these ideas are dangerous to Marxists and their ideology that seek to destroy and undermine the rule of law, because the basic things that support America's rule of law, which, by the way, is the bulwark for the nation-state system globally, is the Judeo-Christian moral framework and the free market. And the two things that that Marxists seek to attack are the kinds of people and organizations that espouse those things: churches, pregnancy resource centers, figures like Charlie Kirk are targets. And the reason I say this is because I have experience. We've been attacked on multiple occasions. One of our pro-life medical offices in Buffalo was firebombed. 2 firefighters were injured putting out the blaze shortly after the Dobbs case. Look, what these Antifa Marxists do is they recruit based on left-wing ideology. They don't care about abortion. They don't care about transgenderism. They don't care about environmentalism. They don't care about Palestine. What they care about is piggybacking off these issues to recruit left-wing, kind of disaffected, weak-minded people to engage in social destabilization tactics like what we just saw in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Another thing we need to recognize is that we must not play into the Democrats' understanding, or I should say understanding, the Democrats' positioning of Charlie's death. And instantly, when Charlie was shot, you had all the mascots of the Democrat Party coming out: Harris, Schumer, Gavin Newsom, you name it. They all came out and said virtually the identical talking point at the same time in different parts of the country. They said political violence has no place in America. Well, let me tell you this: when Charlie was shot, no one who understands who Charlie is and what Charlie stood for thought that was an act of political violence. That was an act of religious violence. This was this man didn't talk about politics as much as he talked about morality. And so the moral framework upon which he was espousing these very respectful debates on college campuses was based on the biblical testimony, the Old and New Testament. He was a strong Christian, and he understood what it means to be human under God. And so he could talk about abortion. He could talk about transgenderism. He could talk about what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman. He could talk about all these issues that cascade out into what it means for a government to be involved in human affairs and the cascading policies that result. So does that make him political? No, it makes him a moral voice. And by the way, you're a moral voice. I'm a moral voice. Everyone in this country has a moral voice because we all believe things. And I'm telling you this: Charlie was right. We have to get back to God. We have to believe in the fact that we need a savior, and that humankind is fallen and needs to be brought back into right relationship with God. That's and the way to do that is through Jesus Christ. And so when people ask me, Jake, what do we think about this? What do we do about this? How do we move forward now that, we recognize that this kind of violence is escalating? People are being targeted. They're being attacked. I've had death threats. I've had to have personal private security because of these kinds of things. Same people, by the way, Marxist, transgender, pro-abortion, weak-minded, disaffected people that have been manipulated by the monsters that we've created in public education, in medicine, in the media. They have espoused the concept that we're just, humanity is just a product of chaotic, nothing. We've come from nowhere. We're going nowhere. There's no basis for a moral framework that's universalizable. It makes no sense for us to even have an understanding of right and wrong unless there is a God and he is our creator and we are designed to reflect his character and his nature. A couple of days ago when Charlie was shot, my wife called me and she said, Jim, our son wants to know what sin is. She said, can you give him a definition? I said, yeah. Sin is thinking or behaving in ways that are inconsistent with the character and nature of God, in whose image we are made. And so when Charlie was talking about abortion on college campus, when he was talking about transgenderism on college campuses, he wasn't talking about the issue as if it were a simple difference of moral opinion. He was talking about what it means to be human, because abortion, for example, is a debate not about ending the life of a child in the womb. Abortion is about what it means to be human. Which humans are human? Which humans are deserving of protection under the law? Is it my responsibility to protect persons, that are not protected under the law? To what extent is a preborn boy or girl in utero protected under the 14th Amendment? I mean, these are the kinds of things that, while it sounds political because it has ramifications in law, it's really moral. The reason why we have government in the first place, according to God, the reason why we have a justice system, a government that can bear the sword, so to speak, is because mankind is fallen and we need to punish those who do wicked and reward those who do good. Charlie was simply espousing what it means to be human under God, what it means to be righteous. And I think that the first thing we need to do is look at the words of Jesus. What do? Look to Jesus. And here's what he said. There's a time in Luke chapter 13 when somebody asked Jesus about the news of the day, and they asked him about a tragedy. They said, Jesus, what do you think about this terrible tragedy where these Galilean Jews, some of our own people, were brutally killed by the rulers, and their blood was mingled in with the sacrifices? It was a terrible injustice. And Jesus said, when you see things like this, and even tragedies like the Tower of Siloam falling and killing 18 people, just a freak accident, he lumped that in and he said, look, the first thing we need to do when we see these terrible things happen, like Charlie Kirk being assassinated, is to repent. And here's what he means. Repentance is to look at reality for what it really is in light of Christ. Because and take a look at myself, and I need to rethink my life. I need to rethink my life. I need to rethink, am I stewarding my resources in my life, my brain, my body, my relationships, my money in a way that has the biggest, most positive impact on this world for the glory of God? I need to rethink my marriage, how I parent my children, how I engage my church, how I give my money, how I make my money, I need to repent. That should be our first kind of response to these terrible tragedies. I need to rethink my life so that I can make the biggest difference possible. It's time for America to repent. And I think Charlie would agree. I obviously, I'm not speaking for Charlie, but I saw his pattern of life. I saw how he invested himself in other people. I saw how he invested himself in his wife. I knew Charlie. I was on his show a couple of times. I mean, he was very supportive of the work that we did. He was one of the first guys to come out and realize with me that we're being attacked by Marxists, and their stated goal is to undermine and destabilize and destroy the American rule of law and the nation-state system to pave the way for a global communism. They are an international insurgency. This is fourth-generation warfare. This is not political violence against Charlie. This is religious violence. Why do I say that? Because the first principle in Marxism is basic atheism. That's the first principle. You have to destroy Christianity and any faith in God. Why? because faith in God gives you at least 3 additional relationships that take precedent over government. God, my relationship with God takes precedent over government. My spouse takes precedent over government, and my relationship with my children takes precedent over government. And, I have to understand what it means to be human, and then I can filter laws as to whether or not they're just or unjust, right? And I can say that's an unjust law. For example, I think it's wrong for people to end the life of their preborn boy or girl in abortion. I think that's wrong everywhere and always. And because it's a violation of human dignity. I think we're by virtue of the fact that human beings derive their dignity and value from God, we are infinitely valuable. And so it's incumbent upon us to protect all people, especially the weak and vulnerable, which is, by the way, the purpose of a constitutional rule of law. It makes us all equal under the law. There is no one. It is despotic for a government to vest itself with the power to dehumanize entire categories of people, like preborn boys and girls, like African black slaves, like you name it. It's just not the purview of government, and that's why we have a constitutional rule of law. No one of the founders would have argued the point that, well, the Constitution doesn't really speak to protecting children. No one. That would have been absolutely ridiculous. And furthermore, no one would have argued that John Adams, one of the founders of America, when he said, hey, the Constitution, a constitutional form of government in America is specifically designed for a moral and religious people. It is wholly unsuitable for any other. No one, not even John Adams, would have said, oh, what he meant was coexist bumper sticker religion. That's not what he meant. Because everybody in America, when John Adams wrote those words, was a Christian, or at least affiliated with some sort of Christian religion, right? When he said religion, he meant Christianity. If you look at all the other state constitutions, there's only 2 that didn't require you to be a member of a church or to be a Christian. We're a Christian nation at our founding. And for Obama, for example, to come out years ago in 2007 or 2006 and say, we're not a Christian nation. Well, he was flat wrong. For Joe Biden to come out after Le Monde was attacked in France, the magazine, when he said, we stand with our brothers in France because they're the foundation of democracy. No, they're not. They're the foundation of a new kind of democracy that they wanted to create. They're not the founders of democracy. The founders of democracy are thousands of years ago in ancient Greece. But what we have in France with the French Revolution was a destruction of humanity. It was a despotism. It was a form of atheistic Marxism and communism. Somebody once asked, Henry Kissinger, I think, once asked Mao Zedong in China, what do you think of the French Revolution? And he said, I don't think they went far enough. Far enough? You didn't think that the bloodbath that was the French Revolution, they didn't know when to stop the murder. I mean, Madame Guillotine was the law. There was no law other than just liberté, and liberté really meant license to do whatever the heck you felt like you wanted to do. It's not the government's job to give you the license to do whatever the heck you want to do, whether you want to marry a dog or marry the same sex. It doesn't really matter. The government's job is to recognize the unalienable rights that God has given us that are inherent in being human, and not to tear it apart and create rights that actually conflict with those unalienable rights. For example, we have a right to life because God creates life and not government. God gives us dignity and not government. And so when you fabricate a right to abortion, for example, you instantly put the Constitution on a collision course with that right. And so it's this is the kind of thing we're dealing with all throughout America. We have changed the definition of liberty. The Supreme Court has stepped in and changed the definitions of liberty. And we've got, for generations, we've been educating our children on this Darwinian evolutionary theory that basically says, we come from nothing and we're going nowhere. I don't mean to repeat myself, but I think it bears repeating. We need to get back to what it means to be human under God in America. And I think Charlie's death signals that for us. So we can step back and say, let's repent. Let's rethink where we're going. Let's rethink who we are, and let's regroup.
It's a lot there. Reverend Jim Harden, dedicated pro-life advocate, leader of Compass Care, and kind of changing the narrative a little bit. Charlie Kirk assassinated Wednesday, not for his political views, but for his faith when you get down to it. And yeah, I see it. I do see it. I appreciate you being on, Reverend Harden. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Jake.
Absolutely. Have a blessed weekend.
You too. God bless.
Cowboy State Daily show continues here with who do we have next? Senator Anthony Bouchard will be on here in a moment, right after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't know many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get back at it on a Friday into the discussion. Former State Senator Anthony Bouchard. I hate saying former. You should still be there.
Well, I don't, I didn't want to run another term. I didn't want to be stuck in the fight anymore. I served my time and I did the right thing and get out, let someone else have a turn.
You're so good at it. I still think there's political future for you, but I don't want to write your path. You do that, Senator Bouchard. Let's talk about the topic of the day, of course, Florida State Seminoles. They look good.
Well, I thought I came on to talk about the nuclear thing here, so I'm not ready to talk about that topic. But hey, I was I once lived in Orlando, believe it or not. So
yeah,
it was a fun time back then.
Yeah, let's talk. All right, let's go to nuclear. Anthony Bouchard won 4 hotly contested races. He is a former state senator.
2. It was 2 races, 2 terms, 8 years.
Okay.
I spent 3 times the money against me on re-election on my second term, and I still won.
There you go. So I have this question when I hear the news of the day, and the question is, why Wyoming? That used to be a campaign, a tourism campaign. Why Wyoming? You see Black Mesa, a Virginia-based nuclear interested in getting into Evanston. You see Radiant and Bar None. They're from California. BWXT and Gillette, Rock Springs considering nuclear. Why is Wyoming suddenly the hot spot where all these modular nuclear companies want to get in here?
Well, the main thing that I look at with this is you got to ask yourself, how did Harvard get $4.2 million from Wyoming? I mean, we see the national news where the federal government, is giving money to Harvard. What about Wyoming? Why did we give $4.2 million? And it was for business development. And they did a book report, man. It looked like a 6th grade book report.
Huh.
It said Wyoming has these rural challenges. Well, yeah, we know that. There was no solutions in this report. $4.2 million. Well, you know why they got that money? Because it's sitting in a pot to give it away. And that's why you see companies come here. I mean, do you remember the Cody Labs debacle?
Yes.
That was another giveaway. I mean, when you have the Wyoming Business Council, and this was on their website. I don't know if they took it down, but it was like a Shark Tank website. In other words, they're taking government money, pretending that they're capital investors, and it even said quasi capital development or whatever it said. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it said it right on the website. And none of these people have their own money that are running this. This isn't their money. So I mean, it's just not the same thing. You know what I mean? When we have government picking the winners and losers, you end up with Cody Labs. So Cody Labs, actually, what happened was they came in. It was going to be the best thing, since sliced bread, and they ended up leaving for pennies on the dollar at auction. And that's, they had another company somewhere else. They came in and brought in a little satellite company, a lot of cash that we gave them, a lot of development money. And it's not always direct money. Sometimes it's a grant that pays for the buildings or pays for things. But nevertheless, it just takes, I think that's not how the Shark Tank works. If you go to the Shark Tank, they want to know how much money you got in it. They want to know your plan. They want to know if you've done it before. Hey, do you have a proven concept? Hey, have you made any sales? Here we have nuclear energy disguised as, going to put it in a sea train. We're going to make a portable generator. And I'm not against the concept. I just don't think that they're ready for prime time. In fact, there are 2 companies that have an Air Force contract. One of them is the one in Casper, bar none, and the other one is the one that's in Idaho. They're both California companies. One's based in Idaho, and one is trying to come here. Well, the reason the one in Idaho makes perfect sense is because they're on the same grounds as the national laboratories. I mean, if you're going to do this, let's do it where we've already, had mistakes happen. I mean, are you familiar with SL1?
No.
SL1 was a Army experiment with a small, low power nuclear reactor in 1961, I believe. And what they did was they had a big accident. There's fuel rods and control rods. I mean, rods that they put down in there to slow down the fission, maybe bring it to regulate the fission. And they have to take those control rods out and change them. And they pulled one out too fast. It blew up and impaled the guy on the ceiling. I mean, killed 3 people. They had to quarantine the area. It was a big deal. I mean, it's known as our nuclear meltdown. And it's 40 miles away from town. I mean, it was made at this laboratory that's in the desolate part of Idaho for a reason. And I want you to think about this. If you were to have this kind of problem happen, and I'm not trying to say this to scare people, but they have not built this project. Has your audience heard the clip that I put up the other day where the CEO from the Evanston project basically said they can make mistakes?
Yeah, and I see your quote. Your question is, why are these companies coming from out of state to use Wyoming as their sandbox to develop something new? And, when it comes to public safety, maybe it's because, nobody lives in Wyoming. If something goes wrong, not that many people will be inconvenienced.
Well, maybe is that it? I mean, we're just a bunch of lab rats.
Yeah,
and it's okay. We're expendable.
Right.
And understand that the 1960 project, that was a pretty big deal. I mean, they had to decontaminate. I mean, the 3 people that died, I think one of them, the most contaminated, they put him under 6 feet of cement. They were buried with all the waste, all the project that went bad in the ground, and they were buried with it because it was such a contaminated area. So what if that happened at Bar None? So I've got a little picture here I'll share with you. And this is what I think people need to be very careful. What if they woke up one day and this is the scene they came to? What if I-25 was closed down? What if, Bar None, let's face it, it's right there next to Casper. What if it's a situation where Casper is shut down? What if I-25 is shut down? And what would that do economically to our state? What if you had people that had to leave their homes and find somewhere else to live while their home is empty, and then come back and say, well, how are we going to sell this house? How would you recover from that? Don't you agree with that? I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to scare people, but I want people to slow down, slow the roll, and let's start asking the real what ifs.
It should be a question. I think it is a question for many of us, and there's nothing wrong with asking that. Why? When you have these at least 4 different companies wanting to get into Wyoming, usually what they say is, well, Wyoming knows energy, so it's a natural fit. But yeah, you have to be suspicious about why is it that Black Mesa, Radiant, BWXT, and others want to come to Wyoming so much. Let's look at the money, too. Also, Anthony, you've talked about this. Black Mesa has a deal in place to operate out of Evanston and feed the Army with what it needs for these modular nuclear. You would assume the Army's got money. That's the feds, but Black Mesa's coming back for another bite of the financial apple, saying they need money. Why are Wyoming taxpayers asked to become novel venture investors in these projects?
And well, look, it's not just this; it's every project that the Wyoming Business Council supports. It's really odd because we have all these data centers that came in first. If you remember, that was where it all started. We started funding all this. Now we have 2 big data centers here in Cheyenne. Each in theory. Look, I'm not an expert on this, but I know enough. And with the matter of fact, I know where those power lines run. That's all funded. It's going to come back at the buyer of electricity. So we have big power lines where, we got wire this big, 3 wires running on those big towers running. And it was kind of sold as this readiness program, right? But it connects some solar, comes through, goes to the Facebook data center and the Microsoft, and then it goes up north. And if you'll notice, they added another project to connect that. There's another connector project to the north. So, that's going to get eventually on the bill of the electric, users here in Wyoming. That's going to drive their bill up. But the worry is, what about when they start cranking real power? A one data center that with AI technology can use as much as a small city.
Yeah.
But see, so they come here to get something from us, and it's going to drive our prices up. And then in turn, now we're going to say, well, it's going to be great if we put nuclear energy in so we can catch up with the power. Well, we created the mess in the first place. So I don't see this as where the average voter, the average citizen here in Wyoming who's just trying to make their way, there's lower income here. We don't have the population and the base, and you can't just say bringing these things in are going to bring in that to our state, because you got these companies that come from out of state. Same thing happens to the south. We have companies that work in Colorado. You can see the highway in the morning. People are driving to Colorado to go to work because these companies come in and say, hey, we got these great jobs, come work for us. So I don't know whether a company that comes from out of state is going to bring, half their jobs. Look at these contractor jobs that we see. You're going out in the parking lot and you see a bunch of out of state tags. So I think we're not really looking at real numbers. We put the fancy stuff up saying, oh yeah, we got this project done. This was great. This has brought jobs to Wyoming, but we're not auditing those jobs. And we're not seeing how many of those people were actually Wyoming citizens, how many people benefited from it here now. And I don't want to have the haters that say, oh yeah, man, I worked on that job and that was great. I made money there. That's true. There are people that come in and they do provide jobs. Oil field is a good example. But oil field isn't like this. It isn't, hey, we're going to set up shop in Casper. No, when you work for the oil field, you got to go out to wherever it is. So, anyway, I think I got off topic here.
But I agree. I often wonder that about the data centers as well. If they're built by out-of-staters, and once they're built, who really needs to work at them? What is the benefit to Wyoming of these things if all they do is suck energy? And now we got to produce the energy for the data center, and that's the invitation for everybody from out of state to bring in their nuclear dog and pony show. Yeah, it all ties together. I get it. What is the benefit to Wyoming? Why do all these nuclear outfits want to come here and set up shop here? Good question. And somebody needs to be asking it. Former state Senator Anthony Bouchard is asking these questions. That's why I think you got to get back in the game, Anthony, but maybe not.
Well, I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at now.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Interesting topics.
Thanks for having me, man. It's been great.
You bet. That's former state Senator Anthony Bouchard. We're talking nuclear, data center, all kinds of stuff. You should always ask the question, how does this benefit Wyoming? Because that's what we care about, Wyoming. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back here with Cooking Wyoming with Piper right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy Stay Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Friday. And we are cooking Wyoming with Piper. Finally, something I can get behind, Piper. Not that I don't appreciate sprouts and broccoli and kale and stuff like that. I'm sugar. I have a sweet tooth. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm all about
Good morning,
that.
Jake.
What do
Guess
we
where I am? I am at, can you read that? Wyoming Sugar Company.
Mm-hmm. Warland?
So I'm down in Warland at Wyoming Sugar Company. And let me introduce you to Mike Gear. He is the CEO of the Wyoming Sugar Company. And we're cooking today with sugar. They have this wonderful community event that goes on down here every year. Mike, how many years has this been going on?
Well, so we started with our 100th anniversary. We started doing sort of a grandiose, I want to say, Harvest Fest. And so we have a large barbecue, invite the whole public in. And so, you know, what we do is we serve burgers and brats that are made from FFA and 4-H animals that we buy at the county fairs. And, you know, we've had upwards to 550 people come through for lunch with us. And we do a whole series of competitions, one being a sugar cookie competition.
Sugar cookies. I'm entering the sugar cookie contest. That's why I'm down here.
Go, Piper. I hope you win it. So wait a minute, Mike. Sugar, this is Warland. We got to be talking sugar beets, right? Is that the derivation of the sugar? Okay.
Yeah, we are definitely talking sugar beets. But I always say, you know, sugar is sugar. I mean, it's crystallized sucrose, and the difference between a teaspoon of sugar from beets and from cane is zero. It's the same.
Well, that's my $1 million question. Yeah. What is the difference? Okay.
Yep. There's absolutely no difference. It's just cane sugar sounds better than beet sugar. So you'll see pure cane sugar on a package, but again, it's crystallized sucrose, and it's exactly the same product.
So they're harvesting beets now. They're just jumping into beet season. Is that right?
We will be starting next week. So we'll be starting up the factory, start what we call our slice, and we'll be piling beets on the ground on the 17th. And then we pile beets all through the end of September through October, put them into long-term storage, and then we'll slice and process all the way through, hopefully about the 12th of February. Sometimes it goes a little longer with breakdowns and a few things, but
temperatures.
I
But
know. Let me just one more thing, Piper. I know the harvest, depending on weather, is good or bad. There's been years where the sugar beet harvest has been horrible, like the weather didn't comply. I hear this year is super good. Is it really good?
I don't know. Okay, if you can tell me what Mother Nature's going to give us, I will.
We're not done yet. All right.
I'll put you on staff here. Okay.
All right. Piper, what can we do with sugar? I mean, what can't we do with sugar?
So, as we're talking cane sugar versus beet sugar from a cooking standpoint, it is the same. I like using the beet sugar. It's a local harvest, so I have my own very own supply of Wyoming Sugar Company sugar. And Mike, you try the cookie. I'm gonna get in with the CEO of the company so I can get my in for this contest.
I'm so jealous. Mike gets to eat that. Looks good.
Actually, they're very good. They're not as good as my wife's.
There you can't. Good.
Well, he's got to say that. Smart move.
Yeah.
Thank you. They have tons of entries into this cookie contest. They're pouring in today. I have seen plate after plate after plate of gorgeous sugar cookies and brownies and homemade baked goods that look like their grandma's recipe that they've had that passed down for generations. So this is just a wonderful community outreach. And the competition judging of the cookies happens tomorrow. Is that right, Mike?
Yes. Yeah. They'll run through. And that's, we found the difficulty in cookie judging is having enough judges and dividing them up over the different classes so that you don't have to sample 20 cookies.
Have to? What do you mean?
Well,
I'll volunteer.
That sounds awesome until you're on your 18th cookie and it gets a little sweet. So.
No problem. My wife will tell you I could eat. I'll judge the whole from beginning to end. No problem.
Come on, Jake.
Yeah. Well, then you can come over and you can have 20 cookies and then you can polish it off with a good Angus hamburger.
There you go.
Take care of you. Yeah.
When I'm done judging the contest, I'll go home and just have cookies just for a dessert. Yeah, after that.
There you go. Really, Jake? Oh my goodness.
I'm seriously, I'm way sweet tooth. So wait, let me ask you something. This is a little off topic from the sugar cookies, but we just recently heard in the news that me personally, I like what they call Mexican Coke better. I know in Worland we don't say Coke, we say Pepsi. I like the real sugar. I don't like the sucrose, real sugar. What is it that I like about real sugar? Why does it get the bad rap back in the day? Like, what real sugar is better than the stuff we're getting now?
It is. And so, of course, that Admiral Beverage here in Worland does real Pepsi, right?
Yeah.
So they use our sugar and they make their runs of Pepsi with it. Nice. Mountain Dew. And what they used to do, and they haven't done for 2 years, was their Dr. Pepper. And I'm going to tell you that Dr. Pepper made with real sugar is a treat. It really is.
It is. There's nothing like real sugar.
But so what it is that sugar, cane or beet, so just sugar itself, it is a natural product. It comes from nature. Okay, now it's getting a bad rap, and we just on Tuesday saw the MAHA report came out, and they talk about added sugars, but sugar is real and natural. It comes from plants. Okay. And it's not chemically altered or manufactured in any way, shape, or form. And so your body actually needs, it's a carbohydrate. And like we say, everything's in balance, right? Life is sweet, keep it balanced. Enjoy, a couple sugar cookies. And exercise. Like, enjoy life.
Right.
But yeah, that's my feeling too, is that the soda that's made with real sugar, just has a little different and flavor to it. It's more satisfying, and I think it's because it's a natural plant-based ingredient that your body's able to absorb and enjoy.
I think our body knows what it craves something real, not some laboratory invented thing. Yeah, that's cool. Sugar beets in Worland, those two things just go together. Sugar cookie. Wait, so are you in the contest, Piper?
Oh,
am I?
I know me.
No, Piper.
I'm in the contest. I'm here kind of trying to,
Yeah, I have
push the results in my direction.
No, I have absolutely no influence on the contest.
Oh, there you go. I'm barking up the wrong tree, but at least he's enjoying them.
No, I like what you're doing, Piper. You got a little inside track there.
A little inside track. Hey, Jake, look what the kids are doing. So they got the community involved, and the 5th graders. Look at this is the contest winner for how to decorate a sugar beet. Can you recognize what this is?
A tractor of some kind.
It is a John Deere tractor made out of a sugar beet. This is our winner of the contest. And their whole class gets taken out on a pizza party with Wyoming Sugar Company. So I think that's they do this every year. You should see the other entries. They're all spectacular. This happened to be the winner. So the things you can do with sugar beets.
I love it. It's fantastic. I didn't know they were that big. Mike, is that an average sugar beet? They look huge.
No, that's a small one.
Oh my goodness! No way.
So Jake, this is Wyoming. We grow big sugar beets in Wyoming.
I guess.
That's one of the little bit, and I love to brag on our company. Okay, I grew up in Sheridan County, and then came to Worland in '93. This sugar factory's been here since 2000 excuse me, I get my centuries off, right? 1917 was the first sugar beet harvest in this factory. It's been part of this community. In 2002, it was owned by Imperial Sugar, which went into bankruptcy. In this community, without any government dollars, everybody from past employees, growers, business people downtown, all chipped in and bought this factory out of bankruptcy. And we've been running it as Wyoming Sugar Company since then. So I'd been the attorney for the company and then took over in 2017 as a president and CEO. And we've been continually building and growing. And to keep this here, very, very important part of our community, very important part of our culture and history. And, we have 5th generation growers now.
That's incredible.
That kind of grassroots movement, that's so Americana. Although we don't say grassroots, not in Worland. We say sugar beet root.
Sugar beet root.
I love that, though. That is so American. That's so cool. Small community stuff. I love Worland, too. I got to get up there. So I'm jealous of you, Piper. You're in Worland, one of my favorite towns.
Gorgeous drive out here. It's just a stunning community.
And you're chowing down on sugar cookies. What else have you done with anything else you can cook with sugar? Piper, you've done everything.
It's going to be tomorrow. I'm making pickles, so it's going into my pickle brine. Going into baked goods. I know people this is the time of year where people are making those cabbage rolls, those real classic homey cabbage rolls. So sugar into that yeast bread for the rising. Sugar is really a great component because even though you're making something savory, it gives that balance of flavor. So salt and sugar, sweet and savory. If you balance it right within your recipes, you get that wonderful, your taste buds smile. They just, fireworks go off.
Well, find out why Wheatland is the sweetest town in Wyoming. It's the sugar beet, and it's the Wyoming Sugar Company. I love the history behind it, and
so here we go. Wyoming
I just
Sugar
love
Company.
Sugar. And I honestly thought that this beet sugar was like a whole different kind of sugar than cane sugar. sugar is sugar. And if it come out of the earth, So, I mean, I've been informed and enlightened, as I usually am on this show. I mean, when I start out, I don't know anything.
No, it's interesting, that misconception, but it's exactly the same. Another thing too that I'd like to comment just about the product itself, about sugar overall, is it's also an all natural process. Okay, there's nothing added to it. We slice the sugar beets, and then we diffuse out the sucrose, the sugar with it. And then we go through a carbonation process where we lime it with lime, evaporate off all the water, filter it, and then we crystallize it. So Mother Nature makes that crystal, and then we wash it with water, and there's no bleach, there's nothing added to it. It is an all-natural process. And when you talk to people, they think white sugar is bleach like white flour is. There is no bleach. There's nothing. Mother Nature makes that crystal of sucrose white.
And they do.
All we do is wash off the molasses,
and
then we feed the cattle.
You process all there. Everything is done on site. Yeah.
Yeah. They're loading bulk trucks just right out the corner right now, and bulk rail that we send throughout the region. And we send a lot of rail down to Arizona to a customer down there. But yeah.
Nice. It's a huge facility. Just a great facility. And it is. I mean, the sugar's white. The crystal, you can recreate that crystal in your own kitchen. Just putting water and cooking it down, and it crystallizes back to white. No bleach
From
needed.
now on, when I'm at a fancy restaurant and I'm enjoying dessert with my pinky out, I'm going to ask them, where's this sugar from? Is this sugar beet sugar? Because I want to know.
I want to know.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Mike. Thanks, Piper.
You bet.
We got to bounce for news. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Rocky Mountain Power appears set to capture more of that nearly 30% rate increase that the Wyoming Public Service Commission blocked after a federal judge ruled that the state's adjustment cheated the company of $23.5 million in reasonably incurred operating expenses. When and how Rocky Mountain Power will recoup that $23.5 million from Wyoming customers is not yet clear, according to business reporter Renee Jean.
The judge ruled that the 2023 decision adjusting a portion of that 30% rate case, that the Public Service Commission botched it, they were wrong. And so Wyoming owed at that time 20 point whatever million it was in 2023. But here's the thing, since then, there have been actions taken around that disputed figure.
A spokesperson for the company said it will take time to figure out how much of that figure is still owed to the company, as well as how it should be recouped going forward. The status of about 3,000 Wyoming Mustangs has turned into a continual legal back and forth. Horse advocates opposed to rounding them up have the upper hand, at least for now. Mustangs in 3 herd management areas, or HMAs, have become the crux of a protracted legal battle between the Bureau of Land Management and wild horse advocates. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the roundups were originally set to start in July and August, but horse advocates prevailed in a lawsuit in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver to halt the roundups.
It's all because of legal back and forth between horse advocates who do not want the horses rounded up at all, and the BLM that wants to zero out these herd units in Salt Wells Creek, part of Adobe Town and the Great Divide area. The BLM making the argument that that just isn't a suitable area to have horses, and the horse advocates going, that's awesome habitat for horses, including those rare curly-haired Mustangs.
Horse advocates argue that the Mustangs qualify as wildlife and should be managed and protected as such. However, some consider them to be a feral species that competes with native species such as mule deer and antelope. A Mills man who died after a 5-hour standoff with law enforcement Wednesday was not shot by officers. That's according to the Natrona County Sheriff's Office, who did identify the man who died as 42-year-old Zachary Albrecht. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Mills police tried to serve a felony arrest warrant between 11 and 11:30 a.m. when the occupant of the home refused to comply and barricaded himself inside.
Police are not saying how he died. They are not answering questions right now. The local agency, Mills Police Department, referred us to DCI. DCI is not talking. There's not much more we know except that the victim, who's been named, had some civil action filed against him, current civil action filed against him in Natrona County District Court, but nothing criminal that I could find related to him recently.
Natrona County civil court files show Albrecht recently had been involved in a landlord-renter dispute about an apartment directly across the street from where the standoff took place on Wednesday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, someone left a stack of papers at the Hulett Library calling for the local school's grimacing red devil mascot to switch to a hawk, sparking outcry in the town this week. But it's difficult to tell who's behind the proposed change. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that even the most vehement opponents of the movement either don't know or won't say.
Well, the mascot is a red devil grimacing that I'm told was actually named after the way the red dirt kicks up in the wind up there in Hulett. And so there was a note attached to the pamphlet, like, talk to these people for more information. At least one that I talked to was like, no, this was a surprise. And then another one, her colleague said that doesn't sound like her either. And so it became a challenge to piece together who even is behind the movement.
The pamphlet encourages people to attend an October 20th school board meeting and says a final vote will be taken. But school board members who spoke to Cowboy State Daily said they hadn't heard of the proposal until Wednesday or Thursday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Friday. It's finally Friday. It's the weekend. A suspect has been identified in the Charlie Kirk shooting. If you're not aware, breaking news, Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old. President Trump said on Fox and Friends that with a high degree of certainty, I think we have him being the shooter. Let's go to our Zoom room and into the conversation. Wendy Corr. Wendy, yesterday, this show anyway, yesterday morning, and probably for you as well as a news gatherer and a news deliverer, was the opposite of a slow news day. Oh my goodness. We had the Charlie Kirk, we had September, 9/11 anniversary.
We had the Colorado shooting. We had, there was so much going on. Plus, we had, on a Wyoming state level, we had the verdict in for the trucker who crashed into the two EMTs 3 years ago. And that really, it was a very emotional experience. I don't know, want to project that for Claire, but I think that because she reported that not only did Savial St. Jane break down and just sobbed at the defense table when the verdict was read, but half the jurors were crying as well. So it was a very emotional trial, and you can't help but feel empathy for the entire situation.
Yeah, I feel bad for everybody. Obviously, for Tyler, the EMT who was killed. Savio, the Haitian trucker that's become the face of immigrant truckers who can't speak English. You know, we're all vilifying them. And this poor guy just trying to get out of Haiti, that I think we all know is not a great place to live. And I feel bad
absolutely.
for everyone.
And I mean, without getting into a larger immigration issue, that is the situation. He was in danger. His life was in danger. He was a police officer in Haiti. He was an upstanding citizen, a public servant in Haiti that could not stay. And so he came to America to find a better life and found himself in this really awful, awful situation.
And he's a relatively inexperienced truck driver, and he's in Wyoming in the winter. And I mean, what all of us have been behind the wheel when we're like,
and by the grace of God, the grace of God, we have all been okay. And his situation was not. And so people died, and it was really tragic. So, but Claire has done an amazing job of covering that trial. She was there in person for all 5 days of the trial. And I don't know her family and all her boys. How they managed to get along without her, but they did. And
she probably enjoyed the break from the Riverton rowdies.
Entirely possible, and she was still, of course, writing other stories as well while being at the trial. So Claire is an amazing, amazing, dedicated reporter. But we have a lot of amazing, dedicated reporters, and that's the part that I just am so proud of what we do here. I have to also put a shout out to, I'm gonna plug the podcast. Before you ask me about it, I'm gonna plug the podcast. You want to talk about an amazing, amazing Wyoming person, Bill Sniffin's daughter. I'm going to introduce her this way because a lot of us know Bill Sniffin through Cowboy State Daily, and who's been a newspaper publisher. But his daughter's career may overshadow his. Shelley Johnson, who with her husband in 1995, I believe, launched saw the writing on the wall, saw this new technology called the internet, and snagged the domain YellowstonePark.com for $7 back in 1995. And they turned that domain into an amazingly successful business called Yellowstone Journal, that they then ended up, that they won Webby Awards for and things like that. And they ended up selling that company to the people who published like Backpacker magazine and things like that. But then she completely reinvented herself. She did a lot of introspection, and she decided that she took off on her own introspective journey, and then started deciding to help other people to live their own epic life. And so that's her website, that's her domain, that is her business, Your Epic Life. And she does life coaching, but she takes people on retreats, and she goes hiking in the wilderness. And she also just released a book called Breathtaking, a field guide to your life and to living your epic life. It's just great. And we had a fantastic conversation. So I highly recommend, folks, that you get on the podcast tomorrow and listen to Shelley Johnson talking about her epic life. It was a very inspiring conversation.
Slow down, Shelley. Boy.
I know.
Probably not done yet. Man.
Yeah, no, she's not. And anyway, it was just a great conversation. So I highly recommend, there's so much doom and gloom, and there's so much heartbreak that's happening out in the world today. And to have a conversation with someone like Shelley is just absolutely inspiring, and it lifts you up. So it reminds you that there's a lot more to life than the things that are happening in the news cycle.
Yeah. All right. I'm excited for that.
And I think you should reach out to her for your show too, because I think she'd be awesome to come on your show.
Share with me.
I will.
Yeah, and I'll try to get her on here. That's super cool. What else is happening? Did you hear? How do you think the dinosaurs became extinct, Wendy? We all heard the same Like if you know.
What's in the news? Because I've been kind of wrapped up in the local stuff. What's in the news right now?
The general consensus is the big asteroid, right? This asteroid hit Earth. Bye-bye dinosaurs. We had on this Swiss professor who is a professor at Princeton U who's got a book out that says it wasn't the asteroid. It was volcanic activity that created greenhouse gases, and we all know that dinosaurs can't regulate. She has a whole theory, and it's created what's called the dinosaur wars. So, was it an asteroid? Was it what Dr. Greta Keller is saying, or Dr. Gerda Keller?
When you asked me the question, and I started really thinking about it while you were talking, that it makes more sense. Because if it was one asteroid, we would see, because there were so many dinosaurs that roamed the Earth at that time. If it was one asteroid that wiped them all out, then we would have seen many, many more of these fossils and things like that than what we've seen. It makes sense to me that they just phased out. Millions of years. Thinking about how long humans have been on the Earth. Millions of years ago is when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. It makes sense to me that they just phased out. And the ones that we're finding are the ones that were the fossils that we have found over the many years are just the ones that happened to die in a way that they were fossilized. There had to have been millions of animals. Yeah. And if they were all dropped dead at the same time from an asteroid, that'd be a whole different deal.
Right. Yeah, it was the fifth mass extinction. It happened over many, many years, and it was started by just a period of really increased volcanic activity, like volcanoes going off all the time everywhere. And
I can see if that would happen. Yeah,
I would read that book.
Because I am not a paleontologist, geologist, any of those ologists. Yeah. I will leave it to the experts. But to me, it makes sense that they just phased out and a new phase came in. And the conditions on the Earth changed and made it possible for other forms of life to take precedent.
We could ask Andrew Rossi. He knows dinosaurs.
He would have the definitive opinion, yes. But I think he is off on a Leadership Wyoming weekend. Oh, he's part of that really great crew that this year's Leadership Wyoming class.
What's that about? I've heard of that.
Oh, leadership. Yeah, you have to apply or be nominated or something to get in. But then it's just about promoting leadership skills and learning leadership skills and creating this amazing network of peers across the state of Wyoming. I was part in, 2007, I think, 2008, was part of a group called Leadership or Park County Leadership Institute. I was in a class, and it's like 9-month class, and you meet once a month, and you create this great camaraderie and this great networking with people in your county, or in this case, in your state. And we've got some amazing people in this state that are doing incredible things. And boy, can we all learn from each other. And if we're in need, like for Andrew, if he needs a story, he's like, hey, I went to Leadership Wyoming with so-and-so. I bet they've got the answer to this. And we all need each other. It's just a big community. That's the great thing about Wyoming. We're just a big community.
Oh, good for Andrew.
And Cowboy State. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah. Anyway, so when he gets back from that, you can ask him the dinosaur question.
I will ask him that dinosaur question. And also, when we were talking about Charlie Kirk and I think it was Claire that did the story, we were trying to trace his very beginning seed money for Turning Point USA. Foster Freeze was a guy with an open wallet, but it all came back to Cowboy State Daily and a co-founder. Never knew that.
Isn't that great? I was thrilled that Claire made that connection.
Yeah.
Because, Foster Freeze is the reason that Cowboy State Daily started. Because we got a wonderful donation. Annalise and Jimmy got an amazing donation from Foster Freeze to start this novel idea that we could have one location for all of the important Wyoming news that brings us together as a very large community, which the state of Wyoming really is. So to know that Foster Freeze also funded Charlie Kirk was so fantastic. I mean, what a great, and the fact that Claire did get to talk to Annalise about it was really fun. Annalise was one of the first people that I talked to when I first came on board with Cowboy State Daily in 2019. She and I had coffee here in Cody and got to visit.
Why?
And I started with them.
What is Annalise doing nowadays? Because she is a great journalist. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing these days.
Okay.
So I haven't talked to her in years, but no, we're grateful to her for her vision, and her and Jimmy saying this is something that we can do, and look where we are now, Jake.
Yeah, that's cool. The Foster, I mean, Foster, I know, I know Lynn, I knew Foster, and he did have an eye. He didn't just throw money around, although he could. He had plenty of money. He really was careful, and he really had an eye for where money would do best. Like he must have saw something in Charlie for sure.
Yeah. Well, he certainly got a return on his investment with him.
Okay, let's both open our DraftKings app, and we're going to put a bet down on the Wyoming Cowboys tomorrow. No, you're not.
Okay. I don't do DraftKings, but I'll put my money on Wyoming Cowboys. Yes! Absolutely. Why not?
Yeah, Wyoming and Utah tomorrow. So
yeah, but Utah's number 20, so it'll be a battle.
It's going to be tough. But it was this day in history, 2009, by the way, that Wyoming scared the Texas Longhorns, and Texas is really good. 2009,
that was fun.
In Laramie at the War, and at halftime, it was like 13-10. Texas was winning. Texas had to be scared. They had to go into the locker room going, "Who are these Wyoming guys, man?"
That was awesome. I remember that.
We ended up losing, but it was a fun game.
Gave them a fight.
All right, so the roundup, we're going to listen to you and Shelly talk. I'm excited.
It's going to be great. It was a fun conversation. I'm thrilled that I finally got to meet her.
Cool. Have a fantastic weekend, Wendy.
You too, Jake.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wendy Core on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Check out the Roundup podcast this weekend. Drops today. You can listen to that with Shelly Johnson. I didn't know that about Shelly. She's done it all, I guess, already, and she's not done doing it. That'll be an interesting roundup. We'll take a quick break, get right back here with your buddy Bags as he tees up the weekend show, the Cowboy State Daily Saturday edition, right after this quick break.
The Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hulett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show here Friday. Friday means Bags is just a day away.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
You know, Jake, I read this thing where they said it wasn't manly for men to drink out of a straw.
And look at you.
And I was totally agree. I think it's pretty wimpy.
So
effeminate. Anyway, up here in the mountains, the Bighorns, and we've been hailed on twice in the last 10 hours.
Is that right?
The weather is a turning, dude. We wake up the temperatures in like the mid to upper 30s up here.
I will talk to Don Day. We'll straighten this out. Well,
you got to tell him it's a little bit early, although what's cool is there's elk bugling and the bow hunters are out and wearing a little bit orange so I don't get shot in the rear end by an arrow. So I'm not a bow hunter, but I don't want to get mistaken as an elk either.
No, I hear you.
That would be bad.
Tomorrow, when you're on, also a big football game, Wyoming Cowboys hosting the Utah Utes, 22.5-point dogs. I'll take that bet.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I might take that too.
I'll take that all day.
22 points. You know, so far, I guess the Pokes defense is what I'm hanging my hat on.
Yeah.
They're not going to let them get out there too far. It'd be monumental upset if they were to win. I mean, but if you're a gambling man, you might want to take those points because they've looked pretty good. I mean, that first game, the offense was a little sluggish, but they got it going a little bit last week.
And today, Bags, is the anniversary, 2009, you got to go back to when the Texas Longhorns came into the war, and Texas ended up winning that game. Were you? I mean, for a first half, Texas got all they wanted to Wyoming, man. That was close.
I remember we were talking some smack with some Longhorn fans near us.
Nice.
And they weren't. And they at the end of the game, I remember this very vividly. They were like, "You guys brought it."
Yeah.
The Pokes came to play, and I said, we have the advantage of being just about virtually every week being an underdog.
Yeah.
That's what being a Wyoming fan is like. So we're used to that.
Yeah.
I remember when I was at the game where they beat Virginia.
Yeah.
You remember that? I don't remember what year it was, but we were at that game too. and we were right across from the Virginia fan section. You got a little space there they put for the visiting team. And the faces when they realized they were going to get beat by this obscure D1 program at 7,200 feet above sea level.
Yeah. I wish we still did that. There was a time where Wyoming early in the season, instead of like loading up the preseason with a bunch of puffball, cream puff games, we would invite like ranked teams to come to the war and scare the crap out of them. I want to get back to that again.
Yeah. Well, I think it prepared them for, our league play back in the WAC days that we played a team like that, coming down and playing, Colorado State was not such a big deal after playing, nearly a NFL caliber D1 program.
Yeah, that's a big confidence booster when you play the Longhorns and you survived. In fact, for a half, you were right with them. Yeah.
So you're jumping ahead on my schedule for the show tomorrow. So I got our own Cowboy State Daily writer, Justin George, is going to come on with me. We're going to talk football.
Yes.
Like we're doing right now. I mean, come on. I mean, that's, with the Pokes, we're going to talk about that. Obviously, he and I both want to talk about, Broncos and some NFL. But we wanted to talk about Josh Allen coming home on November 22nd, getting his number retired, the first one in history. And to insert just a little bit of controversy, number one, I'm an advocate for that. There's probably not a bigger Josh Allen fan in the world right now than me. But to kind of counter that, I have questions about his number being retired and someone like, Jerry Hill or Jim Kick or, Conrad Dobler, et cetera, their numbers not being retired. So yet, anyway. So, I mean, what do you think of that, Jake? I mean, do you think I can stir some things up by, bringing in some, if Josh's number, the 17 is going to be retired, what about Jim Kick? 3 Super Bowls, 2 wins, only undefeated team in NFL history. Jerry Hill, right from down the road here in Sheridan. I mean, he's a 3-time champion with the Baltimore Colts, right? Conrad Dobler, 3 times in the Pro Bowl. Who am I missing? Well, and then Logan Wilson, currently making a big name for himself and Wyoming at linebacker for the Bengals. So, I'm just saying. But again, we've never had an MVP of the NFL either.
Right. It has to, it all has to come together. What you did in Laramie, what were your stats? What did you do for the Pokes? Then how high were you drafted? I mean, nobody's been drafted higher than, 7th overall coming out of Wyoming. And then what did you go on to do in the NFL? So if all that comes together, maybe we should think about retiring a number, but Josh he's on another level. I don't know.
I agree totally. Like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate on this one.
Yeah.
Because I'm a huge Miami Dolphin. Before I was a big Broncos fan.
Yeah.
I was a Dolphins fan, grew up in that era. And the only undefeated team in NFL history. And here we had Wyoming's Jim Kick in the backfield with Larry Zonka and Mercury Morris and Bob Greasy. And, oh, my God, there's probably like 12 guys on that team that are in the Hall of Fame. And but, like Josh he's taken it to a level. This last game, last Sunday, that was psycho. And I confessed in my social media posting, I went to bed at 40-25 with about 10 minutes to go in the game. And I'm ashamed of it. I'm absolutely ashamed. And Josh even scolded me, amongst others, if you saw the post game.
He did.
But I'm an early riser, and my excuse was, had they not turned the ball over right before that, if I said, if they get this drive, I'm going to hang tough. And so then when they turned it over and I said, well, now it's out of reach. There's only 10 minutes to go. That's my crappy, bad fan rationale for going to bed. I got up early, very early riser, probably 5 o'clock in the morning, and I go to my social media, and what a comeback. And I was like, I knew it. If I did it, it would bring them good luck. So you're welcome, everybody.
Yeah.
If you're a big Bills fan.
You were just helping out the Bills. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that was just added to his legend, I guess. So November 22nd is going to be crazy when they play Nevada, Reno here in Laramie. And I mean, people are going to come from all over. There'll be people, Bills fans, probably Western New Yorkers flying into Denver, renting a car, cruising on up the Laramie to 7,200 feet above sea level. You'll know it's them when they're gasping for air when they get to the second level at War Memorial.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's great. I hope I can get there, but I do a show on Saturdays, so I don't know. I might have to just watch it on TV.
I hope all the Cowboys will wear something like a 17 patch on their uniform that day. That'd be kind of neat. But that'll be a game like no other. That'll be fun. All right.
So where are they going to put his number? If they're retiring his number, you know how like
raise it
Mile High, they put it around one of the levels. I wonder where they're going to start that.
I don't know.
One number that is retired.
Could be the one and only, but yeah, I don't know. Where do you put that?
Yeah, we'll see. But do you want to hear about the rest of the show? But,
yes, sir.
This has been a really tough week. I mean, this football thing for me is kind of a respite from not only, of course, 9/11, the 24th anniversary of the terrorist attacks, but this thing that went down with Charlie Kirk it was gut-wrenching, still is, still fresh. I don't know how much if any, that I'm going to talk about it. I did post some social media thoughts, but I just told Deb not half an hour ago, I got to turn off the news. I'm just overwhelmed by it. And I don't know if Deb realizes that she's right behind me in the background here, and I don't have it fuzzed out. But she's my conscience, and she kind of agreed with me that we should kind of put it away for now, because it is just painful and just an indication of serious issues we have in our country with talking to each other on different sides of the political spectrum. So
yeah.
I don't think I'll go much there, but I do have in the morning, Rick Grant, my first hour. Rick Grant and I are very good friends. He's a rancher and a county commissioner down in Converse County. And you've probably seen the beef prices, cattle beef on the hoof. I mean, they're at record high numbers.
Yep.
So there's, ranchers are, right now doing well with beef prices. However, there's a sidelight to that you really didn't realize would come with prices going, well, it's a good thing for ranchers. Well, what it has done, and there's stories out there about ranchers who are retiring and selling out because right now the beef prices are so good, so high. Now would be a good time to do that. And they don't have the legacy, the family, or someone to hand down the ranch to. So they're selling out at this time. There's a lot of ranchers that are taking this opportunity as they're getting out there in age, and they don't have maybe family members to hand it down to, because young people ain't hip to the idea of, the ranch life and farm life that the other older generations are. So that's kind of the sidebar. I'm going to ask Rick about that. And then the 7 o'clock hour, another good friend, I've told you before, and you're a witness, you were on my show last week. If you're a friend of mine or a former coworker or something, look out, you might get a call from me, because we're going to talk about what you do and how you do it. Well, another very good friend of mine, we go to church together. We have a small group a Christian group together, and I know him well. He's a paraplegic, a person with paraplegia. As I'm doing my research, apparently that's the problem. It's not disabled. It's not handicapped. It's a person with paraplegia. Apparently, is the proper way to refer to somebody in that condition. So I'm going to ask my friend Tony Danforth, how does he feel about all the different words, but also all the issues that he deals with when it comes to being a person in a wheelchair. I had an incident happen a couple of weeks ago at the Walmart here in Sheridan, where I saw somebody pull up and park in the disabled place, and I, as I'm walking, I had my cart and headed towards the cart rack, and I didn't see any indication on the plate or hanging in on the rear view that they were disabled. And then I saw them moving quite well. They were younger than me, they were strutting pretty good. They may have had a condition that I just couldn't see. I will concede that. But my first thought was that they were taking that spot for convenience. And I have a soft spot in my heart. My brother died of, my younger brother died from Lou Gehrig's disease. In the last couple years of his life, he was in a wheelchair. And I saw the issues with access and trying to get in and out, and trying to get him into theaters, trying to get him into a restaurant, trying to have room to open the doors and get his ramp down in a parking lot, etc. So I'm kind of a hard ass when it comes to disabled access and parking and so forth. So I've invited my friend Tony to come on, and we're going to talk about the issues that the disabled face. And then a guy I had on at the beginning of the tourist season in Yellowstone, Todd Walton. Todd is a great guy, super enthusiastic about Yellowstone. We're going to talk about this past season, how it went. I mean, how many tourists got tossed by bison or mauled by a badger or whatever. We're going to talk about visits and tourism up or down. My indications and research shows it looks like it was just flat, a good year, but flat. And then as we come into the fall and winter seasons and what people can expect if you're coming out here, I personally think the greatest time of year is to come to Yellowstone in the winter, period. I've done that with my wife. We can't wait to do it again. It's amazing. And you know what's cool about it, Jake? Are the other people in wintertime who go there. Normally in the summer, and we've been there multiple times in the summer too, and it's wonderful, and I highly recommend it. But there's just way too many of them.
Yeah.
And of course, it's people who, a lot of them, not all of them, obviously, are there just to sit in their car and drive down a road and look at critters out the window. In the wintertime, it's the people with that sense of adventure. The excursions that you go out on, you've got to get bundled up. You've got to have the right clothing, the right shoes, be prepared to walk on slippery surfaces and deep snow. And so the attitude of the tourists is a little bit different, a little bit more adventurous, and we still stay in contact. The last time we did that, now it's been 4 winters ago, I think, with people that we met on these excursions, and we exchanged pictures and so forth with them. So we're going to talk about winter in Yellowstone as well. So, and then again, football at 9 with Justin George, our very own columnist from Cowboy State Daily. That's the lineup. I don't know if I'll mix in any of conversation about what went down this week with Charlie Kirk or not. I haven't decided yet. So what do you think of that lineup?
Yeah, solid lineup, Bags. And by the way, they did
all over the place.
They did retire Jim Kick's number in high school. Nobody will wear the 33 in Boonton, New Jersey ever again.
And then he was 21 with the Dolphins, number 21.
Yep.
Back in the day, Larry Zonka was 39. Mercury Morris was 22. Paul Warfield, 42. I'll go right down the list.
Dude, you and
You want to
I,
hear it? I don't know if you
could
noticed too. Sun's out up in the Bighorns.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
We could have gained 5 yards easy behind Larry Zonka for the dog with him plowing the way open.
The only running back in NFL history to be penalized for roughing the tackler. It really happened. He got busted. He got a penalty for roughing. He had the ball in one hand and he cold cocked some guy with his other hand. They threw a flag.
Bad
they had to
man,
make
Jim.
up a call.
Yeah.
So I am looking forward to this weekend in football because it'll be a distraction. And I think as a nation, we need it right now.
It's been an overwhelming news week. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming on.
If I can give a quick plug to our team, I've been reading everything the Cowboy State Daily has put out on our digital newspaper, an email newsletter I get sometimes multiple times in a day. And boy, we have some talented writers on this team, and been following their coverage of what happened, and I'm pleased with the fairness, the balance. I could see the effort to balance this because it could be tough to be balanced and open-minded. The balance there, I could see the effort to balance this because it could be tough. And I think our team is making that effort and doing a good job of it. So, way to go, CSD writers.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily, trying to deliver the news for the Cowboy State. Thanks, Bags. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great show.
You bet, my friend. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily, quick break. We'll be right back with
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues and wraps up here on a Friday. And final interview of the day, final interview of the week. No pressure, Jamie. We're going to end on this note. Jamie Howard's with us, Secretary for the Horse Nations Indians Relay Council Board. If you have ever seen Indian relay, the swapping out of ponies at high speed, it's organized chaos. It's crazy. And it's a testament to the riding ability of some of these contestants. Oh my goodness. We got to give a shout out to the 2024 champion of champions, relay winners, Team Arrow Lakes. Can they repeat this year? Are they even in it? Let's see. But first off, let's talk to Jamie. How did you get involved? You're a horse guy, so that's one easy way in. How did you get involved in the whole Indian relays thing, and what is your background with horses?
Well, actually, and great to be here, by the way, Jake. I'm a racehorse guy, and I spent a lot of time on some different reservations through Montana and South Dakota, actually racing horses on the reservation, kind of Saturday, Sunday fun days, help run the starting gates, those kind of things. And they always had Indian relay races as the grand finale of their races that day. So I started getting involved with that, helping out there, judged it for several years. And then ultimately, there's a group of us, Carol Murray from Browning, Montana, Calvin and Carla Ghostbear from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and Diana Volk from Sheridan, Wyoming. We formed a board, formed an entity, and went on to start promoting these off the reservation. And that's kind of how this morphed. This is our 9th Championship of Champions.
Yeah, you've had 8 now. Last year, I think, just to show you how this sport not only is still going, but it's like growing, thriving. 85 teams competed last year, the most ever. 44 men's teams, 14 women, 12 junior teams, 9 youth. It was pretty good. I mean, you were there, obviously. Where was this held, by the way? It was in Wyoming,
Casper,
no?
Wyoming.
Yeah.
We've been in Casper for quite a while. We've kind of, we moved around a little bit in the beginning, finding our niche, and Casper has been very good to us. The community, the state, all of it, the proximity to the bulk of the teams, which are up in Washington, Montana. It's easier for them to travel to, and we've got great spectators, fans that support the Indian Relay. So Casper, Wyoming.
Yeah. All right. So for folks who have seen this or just seen highlights, like me, like I've seen the highlights. I can't say I've seen the whole event beginning to end. I can't tell what's going on, Jamie. You got team members, 4 team members. You got somebody obviously who's riding. You got a dude that's going to be holding his next horse. You got what's called a mugger, a setter. What is everybody doing? What's the team doing in this?
Well, the rider is obviously a very key part of this whole thing. And the easiest way to think of Indian relay is you have 3 horses, and that rider is the baton in the relay.
Yeah.
He switches horses each lap. So he does a half mile, jumps off that one, jumps on another one, unassisted, no saddles, no tack other than a bridle, and he makes another lap. So his teammates, what they're doing is initially you have a holder or setup man. They go by different names, but he's the one that's holding the next horse that he's going to get on. And the mugger, who's usually the line, kind of like the front line guy, you're usually looking for a 250-pound guy that can stop a horse at 12 miles an hour.
Mm.
He grabs the one that he's getting off of. And meanwhile, while those 2 guys are doing their job, there's a third guy that's holding that extra horse that's called a back holder, and he keeps him up against the fence out of the way is usually the plan. It doesn't always work that way. They do have minds of their own, and sometimes they do their own thing. But these guys spend a lot of time working with them and doing those setups and doing those catches, so that the idea is to go flawless.
Okay, now what is the horse involvement here? These aren't just wild feral horses. What is the horse? Who gets to choose what horses are in it? And what is the horse battle? I mean, are these race horses? What are they? Who?
Yes, not all of them. You know, some are home raised. I've known some very nice ones that were home raised that they kind of become hometown heroes.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing is the times in these events, because what we do is time it from beginning to end, from the first horse to the crossing the finish line with that third horse. Those times are getting faster as we've gone on in these last 9 years. So they're getting better and better horses all the time, and a majority of what they have is off the track former race horses. And then they're selecting for the distance. We have a half-mile track in Casper, Wyoming. So you don't want a mile and a half thoroughbred for that one. These guys are horsemen. They know. And as they own their own horses, the teams own their horses. And, you know, they work with these starting in the spring as soon as the first thaw. And they start figuring out what position out of those three horses they would best be suited. When you've got a finisher, you put him last. He doesn't catch so good, doesn't turn in, and he's kind of hard to catch. He might be the last horse if we don't have to catch him.
Right.
So there's those horses' personalities and their skills all play a part in where these teams decide to put their horses. A lot of strategy. They've got to race 3 days here in Casper, so they bring a lot of horses. And they really strategize what day they want to use them and where they want to put them, depending on weather, all that.
So anymore, these events becoming super competitive, a lot of strategy, but all of it harkens back, I'm imagining, I don't know, Jamie, to days when Native American, when tribes, neighboring tribes, competing tribes would count coup by stealing each other's horses. I mean, this jumping on a horse and running off with it is how we got started with this, I think.
Yeah, see, and you know, many tribes have their own version, but they kind of all go back to the same thing in their history. And it was a sport that was started to change to a fresh mount. Whether you're in battle and you come back and somebody's holding your next horse, and you need, you take your tired horse back and you jump off and get back on. The same thing with the buffalo hunts and those kind of things. So it was, and then it turned into a sport.
Wow. It was so compared to like the Pony Express, that would look like the slow train, the slow boat from China compared to what these kids are doing. Holy cow. Horse Nations Indian Relay Council Secretary is Jamie Howard. He's with us. What do you think about this year competition? When is it? And who's the odds-on favorite? Are we going to see these Team Arrow Lakes guys in it again?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
September 19th, 2021, Casper, Wyoming. So next weekend.
Yeah.
There's still tickets and stuff, horsenationsindianrelay.com. But they'll be there. I've talked to them about their entries, and I haven't gone through all of the entries. But, you know, there's a lot of tough teams. You get up in the Colville tribe, Omak, Washington. Those guys are experts at this sport. And, you know, the one thing that's has amazed me is when we started the Championship of Champions 9 years ago, we had hardly any activity in Canada. You know, there's 30 teams in Canada now, and we have at least 10 of those will be coming down. You know, their border crossing gets a little more complicated, and their brand inspections and those kind of things. But we're going to see a lot of Canadians. We have women's relay. Autumn Charges strong with Young Money. Browning, Montana won it last year. She's going to be back. Little bit different set of rules, but there's women's division. So we expect Casper, Wyoming next weekend to be the largest Indian relay gathering in history by far. It's shaping up. We've beaten the attendance records and the participation records every year that we've done this. And this year, we have 400 stalls and for horses, and it's a concern. So there's going to be a bunch.
Man, you're going to be packed. The Cree ride a little bit up there in Canada, the Blackfoot, whatever nation you're talking about. Many Indians took great pride in their horsemanship and their ability to ride. Again, a shout out to the defending champs, the Holford brothers. They're brothers, Terrence and Quentin.
Yeah.
And Lonnie Simpson, Adrian Erickson, can they repeat the 2024 winners of the Championship of Champions? Find out who is the champions this year. Horse Nations IndianRelay.com. It's coming up in Casper next weekend. Pretty excited. I love just watching it. It's just crazy. And if you love horses, if you admire horsemanship, it's all there on display with a whole ton of history. And I'm glad this whole sport is growing. Appreciate you coming on, Jamie.
Thank you.
All right. Well, have fun in Casper. And that's going to do it for us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're wrapped up on a Friday and for the weekend. Don't forget, your buddy Bags is on tomorrow, same time. We'll see you back on Monday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, but your buddy Bags has Saturdays covered. And once again, late breaking news nationally that a shooter has been identified in the Charlie Kirk shooting on Wednesday, a 22-year-old. And I'm sure you're going to learn much more about that over the weekend. Thanks for spending your day with us. That'll do it for the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes